squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands.
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the lovely viewers of Feeling Our Earth. And I'm your host, Amrita. Today's episode is on World Kidney Day. World Kidney Day is celebrated to mark the importance of certain organs in the body, which primarily design our health, decide our longevity, as well as also give us a lot of other things that we need to kick on to know about why they are important. But before that, let's start with Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome. As today we all celebrate Mother's Day in UK, I want to wish all the mothers a happy Mother's Day. Mom, you're the anchor, you're the strength and the truth. A love that's constant through and through. And on the Mother's Day, we celebrate you. Thank you for being an amazing crew. A mother that is always there to support, to guide, to be the one beyond which there's nothing and there cannot be anything. And that's why her place and her position can never be changed and never be taken by any relationship in the world. And today's episode, which is the World Kidney Day episode, also talks a lot about the mothers. Why and how and in what way, we will be discussing it with you all very soon. Because most of the time, so many people talk about, I remember just because my mother is there, so I'm there. My entity is because of the mother. And that's why World Kidney Day is celebrated to understand the importance of the single thing, a single breath that is gifted to us by none other than whom we call my mom, my dear mom. And that's why we all want to remind you all that get up and give a hug, send a message to her, hug her, kiss her, and make her feel really special because she deserves to be special. World Kidney Day episode is broadcasted to you today because this episode talks not just about a single organ. It's a very simple organ where whose function is to remove the toxins from the body, but people rarely know that beyond that it is doing many other things, and removing the toxins from the body is also very important, and one of the job moms also do for the kids. They don't know right from the very beginning of helping to know how to remove toxins from life, how to remove toxins from the body, how to love yourself. There's so many ways the mothers are special for doing certain things like that. And that's how the beauty is about the whole episode, as well as the whole way why the theme of today's World Kidney Day, which was celebrated a few days back, is a kidney health for all, care for the people, for their life, and also preserving life on earth and preserving the communities on earth. I very warmly welcome the producer of today's episode, Kirit Mistry. Global Namaste. Good afternoon. I think good evening because you're in India right now. And
Global
you
Namaste.
are you are from the SAHA, the South Asian Health Action, as well as organ donation lead in Leicester. And today's episode, I warmly welcome you for talking about kidney health and the priorities of life. So, a very warm welcome to you.
Welcome, and that was a very beautiful message around Mother's Day. And again, all our viewers, happy Mother's Day here in the UK. Those of you who have got your mothers, make sure you cherish them and spend your day with them. Those who don't have your mothers with you, well, you remember your memories that you've had with them. They're special memories you can use today, obviously every other day to remember your mother as well. Thank you. Yeah, today's episode is really World Kidney Day was on the 12th of March, and throughout this week we've been doing a number of events to try and raise awareness of kidney health and kidney disease. It's a very challenging disease affecting our communities, and if you have, conditions like diabetes, then you need to take extra care, because that's also one of the indicators that you may, if not managed properly, that you may lead to kidney challenges as well. It's great to be here today again with some amazing presenters today. I also have recently taken another voluntary role. I'm also with Kidney Research UK as their volunteer health ambassador, and we've now started to do, as well as raising awareness of kidney disease, when we do our events, we're also doing blood pressure checks as well. So that's kind of very important. And the message today I'll be giving is really about how we keep our kidneys hydrated. We've got some excellent specialists today going to be talking to us, our regular panel members. So again, and we've got some amazing doctors who are, as well as the recipients who have actually benefited from receiving a kidney transplant. So again, today is very important, and anyone who's suffering or living with kidney challenges, or their families, supporting their families, you shouldn't suffer in silence. There is lots of support available through South Asian Health Action. We have our kidney patient support group, and we have a number of patient-led initiatives. So again, you can reach out to us, and also Kidney Research UK and a number of kidney charities here in the UK, National Kidney Federation, Kidney Care UK. They have a number of patient support groups as well. So again, anyone needing support, but most importantly, also your local cities have kidney patient groups as well. So reach out to us, and we'll certainly be happy to support you and signpost you where needed.
Thank you, Kirit. What a wonderful summary from you. Thank you, Amrita, for being there. So those people who are connected to us on a YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, website, you can call your friends, and if anybody has got any kidney ailments, or they want to learn about kidney, whether it's kidney transplant, whether you are a recipient, whether you are a donor, whether things like blood pressure matters to you, or can the kidney disease be reversed, or does diabetes impact kidney, or how often should one get their kidney checked, and what are the common causes of diseases, and how to keep your kidney healthy, then this is the episode where you will learn that. So it'll be wonderful, and shortly we'll be going to our first contributor, Bharti, who will tell how kidney and transplant has made change in her life. Let's welcome our lead panelist, Surgeon Anukul Goswami. Anukul, your opening statement before we go to Bharti.
Yeah, special thanks to Amrita as well as Kirit to have introduced this particular section. And Kirit, a few days ago, he held this particular meeting on how the kidney function is very, very important to be monitored, and some of the what do you call webs, uh, particular things on computer, and how it can be used. Particular, those applications are very, very important in the current days. That thing was very, very helpful for me, and I think we can possibly do quite a bit of interesting research within the community with that kind of approach. Thanks a lot, Kirit, for that, and also the other talks that you had arranged.
Over to you, Kirit and Amrita.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Goswami. Again, we have the privilege of having Rajesh today as well presenting. So you'll have a second bite of his wisdom, of his information as well. And
yes,
he's an amazing surgeon as well as the work he does. So very great. And as I said, we've got Dr. Rajni, who's here from Scotland, and we've got Dr. Dagger joining us. So we've got some amazing consultants, experts from our communities who are all giving lots of time back to the community in events like this and others that they do in their community. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce Bharti Ben, who's actually, I've known her for many years, known the family for many years. She's from Leicester, and she's going to be talking today about her personal journey with kidney disease and kidney transplant. So global namaste, Bharti Ben, and thank you for joining us today.
Yes, global namaste to everyone. I know that there are a few people on today who've probably heard my journey just a few days ago. So I do apologize if I am repeating again. But for the new ones, I hope you get something out of it. Again, being Mother's Day is an absolute joy for me because it's like a miracle for me, because it was my mother's wish that I do receive a kidney very soon. Unfortunately, she did pass away a year and a half ago, but there's always a saying in the Hindu faith that your soul sort of, is still around for a year. And I actually received my kidney within that year before mom, before her 1 year came up to that full time. So my journey, basically, it started all the way back many years ago, 23, 24 years ago. Again, with my blood pressure, which was not actually coming down. And the doctors had actually tried all the tests and couldn't come to a conclusion. Then was. And I was like, okay, what can we do? And I thought it was probably due to my father passing away recently at that time. So that was around, we're talking about 2001, 2002. And basically, because my father passed away suddenly,
I think her internet is very low, Kirit. So
better.
Yeah, Bharti, your internet is very low. So if you could close all the other windows so that only you are using Zoom, then we will be able to share the bandwidth.
Okay, let me just see if I can just do that. Thank you.
Yes, switch off any other apps or anything you've got on, or if anybody else is using in the house, and go back landscape. So Kirit, remind that Bharti has been here before and she is a kidney recipient. So she is sharing her experience, how and what it feels like receiving a kidney organ. So as a recipient, she'll be sharing, which is again also very important. And one of the things that I mentioned, does blood pressure affect? Well, she has confirmed that blood pressure does matter. It is that that gave her a signal, and she went on from there. So
That's
it's
right.
amazing. And
Yes,
and and later, Kirit, we are also going to have Hemali, who is also part of organ donation in India, where she will give some information about organ donation, receiving organ, donating organ. Bharti is back. Let us try Bharti. Bharti, do you read us? Over.
I can hear you very clearly. Can you hear me now clearly?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So basically, as I was saying, that it was my father who passed away in 2001. And because he passed away so suddenly, they did a post-mortem on him. I'd forgotten everything about it. And all my tests were sort of coming up with negative, with no reason on why my blood pressure was high, because I was always have followed a good diet. Um, my job wasn't stressful. I wasn't in any way stressed. They couldn't find anything else wrong with me. I wasn't suffering with diabetes. So it was like, what is it? What is the cause? The cause was not coming up. And as I said, there is obviously a mysterious creative power that always intervenes when they're supposed to help you. So I came across my father's postmortem papers. And I read in there that he had APKD, adult polycystic kidneys, so which none of us had actually known until he passed away, because he didn't need anything. He passed away at 69. So I actually took those papers with me to the hospital next time I had an appointment. And I showed that to the consultant, and he was like, oh, yes, now that could be a reason why your blood pressure is high. So they did further tests, and it confirmed that I had polycystic kidneys on both of them, and there was no cure, and I just had to manage it with blood pressure tablets and fitness, good, healthy way of lifestyle, drinking plenty of water, which was quite easy for me because I love water. So anyway, that journey started and it carried on. But I was actually, there were lots of byproducts of this condition. So I had aneurysms in my head, which needed to be sort of sorted. I had arthritis, osteoarthritis. I also had a hernia. And then I had to have hysterectomy because there was a fear that that might be cancerous. It wasn't, but that was something that did that. So anyway, it was the hernia which was actually causing a lot of issues because the kidneys were so large, they were pushing my hernia out. And every day I literally had to reset my hernia, the umbilical hernia, about 10, 12 times. It got to a point where it was very unbearable. And basically, the doctor says we'll have to operate, but because your function of kidney is now so low, we will have to actually have a fistula done first, because you will have to go under dialysis before we operate on the hernia. I did have an episode about 3 years ago when the hernia became unbearable, and I was admitted again for whatever reason. Again, it settled somehow, but I was told if it becomes painful again, they'll just operate without planning, just immediate operation. But it was by this time we had overcome the COVID, and I thought, okay, we will have to have I will have to have a fistula. So I actually had that, and then I went on dialysis in June 23, and then I had my hernia op that same year in October. And then, so I was going for dialysis 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And you don't realize how precious your time is until you start losing 5 hours a day. And they couldn't give me, I had to have hemodialysis because I had already had a hernia op. So there was no other option. I was actually then called in last year in June to have a kidney transplant. And that weekend, the doctors were on strike, if everybody remembers. And I went in and I was told, you've tested positive with COVID, so we can't do the op. So I came back home. My sisters, who I live with, because as I said, mom has passed, they went away on the 1st of September. And I got a call on 4th of September 25 to say, we do have a kidney donor for you. Come in. And basically, I had my transplant. Then the real journey has started, because after the op, it was okay. I was taken in for about 8:30. I was out by 11:30. And I felt very well, no problems whatsoever. But then a couple of days later, the doctors realized that I needed blood transfusion because my blood count was so low. So I had transfusion twice. Otherwise, I was still very good and very fine. They have to remove the stent within the 6 weeks. And it was after this that I was left with an infection which did not want to budge. So the infection carried on and it's played up with my kidney function going up, down. Mental state is probably the hardest sometimes to manage. Luckily, I am a very positive thinking person. But as I said before, sometimes people do not actually let you know what would happen after the kidney transplant. And sometimes I think it is better, because some people would probably start thinking about it too much and decide not to have it. And every single body actually operates in a very different way, even though we're all got the same sort of organs and same sort of makeup. The actual result, or the way your body behaves to an organ received, is going to be very different for every single person. And all I say is, having family, friends around you, having even the renal unit and all the doctors, nurses who are excellent here in UK. I cannot fault them in any way. The care is superb beyond anything. But as I say, it is a journey that is your own journey. And there are many, many tips, but one of the main ones is after a kidney organ received, is the intake of water. So important. And one of the things I have actually learned is drink as much water as possible during the daytime. And that really does help to flush everything out. There are other small things which are sometimes very personal. People think, is it really right? Not. But when you do go to the bathroom to urinate, because after dialysis, I wasn't obviously going. So this was one of the new things for my bladder, which I had to learn. And it's still learning, because as you just think you have finished and you get up, you will still get a little leakage. So the doctors have sort of, they're so brilliant here. They will say to you, carry on sitting on the toilet seat, even when you feel you've finished. And no matter what, because we've already had that, please say good tips. So this is one of the good tips. please, 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 whether you feel you want to go or not go to the bathroom, try and make your journey every hour, because that will get your kidneys and your bladder to actually work and function in such a way that it will reunite itself on how it used to function before dialysis, if you were on dialysis. So those are some of the tips. I am still coming around that obviously I had a restricted diet when I was on dialysis. I don't have a restricted diet now, but I still be careful. And it's really important to have good protein, good water intake, good fitness levels, and thinking really, really positive. And as I say, I still think this is a miracle to actually have this session on Mother's Day, because I honestly feel our mother's blessing is on me for this to happen. And Kirit, I can't thank you enough for actually including me in this particular session and the last session, because it's given me the opportunity to share something that I'm carrying. And there is a lot of emotions, which sometimes I wasn't this emotional before the transplant. And this is something I'm dealing with. There are times when all the medication you have to take will make you a little aggressive, unsure of how you behave when people say things to you. And these are all the things that you learn. So this is where I am going to stop. But thank you for giving me the opportunity.
No, Bharti, thank you, because it's your experiences, and you're the positive role model that people going through their journey really want to hear from, and we are just a vehicle to try and make things happen and get the awareness out. But it's really important that you share your personal story, and that's the real importance. I know.
Just one more thing I forgot I mentioned,
Sure.
and that was early this year. We actually traveled to India with my mother's ashes. At the main Kumbh Mela, I was still on dialysis. Sorry, not this time, the last one. And I was still on dialysis. And this is where I actually want to thank all the doctors in India as well, because they were excellent when I actually had dialysis. I have found it sometimes more difficult to get it here at different places in UK. But in India, I was traveling everywhere. So I traveled to Ayodhya, Porbandar, Prayag, Agra, and all of those places. In all of those places, I was able to get dialysis very easily. And I traveled with my mom's ashes, so she was there with me all the time. And this is what I'm saying, that when you have something that you can actually hold on to and the blessings are there, it really, really does work. So the doctors, wherever in the world, you are doing a fabulous, fantastic job. But there needs to be so much more awareness, because the kidney disease is so much on the rise, especially for the younger generations. And I, for one, definitely would like to participate in something where I can create this awareness as well. Thank you. Sorry, Kirit.
No, thank you. And it's great to have Rajesh here with us. Obviously, although his presentation is not going to be touching on protecting your health and kidney health, but I think one of the kind of key messages that you've highlighted, Rajesh, how could one obviously keep good kidneys is kind of what our viewers wanting to kind of hear from as well. And what would be your kind of, I know Bharti mentioned in terms of water, fluid, and keeping your kidneys hydrated. What are the other key messages that you would say to keep good, healthy kidneys?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, happy Mother's Day to everyone on the call and people at home. And to answer your question, Kirit, I think it's really firstly the self-awareness, and I think Parthivan touched upon the fact that she didn't know about her father's issue. So, which means we need to start discussing with our family. When we have a health issue, I think that's the key starting point. I mean, when we talk about organ donation, we talk about talking about death with the loved ones and sharing our decisions. I feel that we have to go back all the way. And I would say that, there is a lot of hesitancy in sharing our personal health with the loved ones because of the fear of causing undue stress to others, i.e., the loved ones. But I think that's the one thing I would say that will help to start the conversation. And the second thing is really the reason my talk goes on to digital technology is that how can their information be shared across? Because, people come to my clinic, we have a conversation, and that's it. What does the family know? So the reason I went from basic science academic surgeon to digital academia is really look at how we can break that cycle. I mean, some of the technologies which I'll talk about, and I spoke a few days ago, following a kind invitation, is really for me to change that narrative where why should the patient, in addition to struggling from their health, has to remember every part of the conversation? Why should they need to be remembering about every aspect of their medical care? Why should they need to be the one following all the things? So that literally led me to transform to digital technology and research in this space. Yeah. So for me, really, one key message would be that please share with the loved ones without the fear of stress, adding stress to them, because they are resilient.
Oops. Okay, so without further ado, I'd like to certainly Global Namaste, Rajesh. I want to do it properly. So, Global Namaste, welcome to Healing Our Earth for this special episode on World Kidney Day. And clearly, you're an amazing, outstanding surgeon. You've done lots of transplants in your time. Glad to also have you as part of our Rotary E-Club for Organ Donation UK, and also really the work you'll be sharing today in terms of digital, as you mentioned. And again, we need to kind of get patients to become better digitally savvy as well in terms of because that's a game changer and a life changer as well. So I'm going to let you. Rajesh is also from. He's a transplant surgeon, but he's also performed the first to my knowledge, the first living kidney transplant on TV. So again, without further ado, I'll let you carry on, and thank you for joining us today and taking time.
Thank you. Thank you. Firstly, a pleasure, and Kirit, again, thank you for inviting me to join you all in this conversation. And I'm listening to Pathiban second time. And the one thing it always reminds me is that I think one of the surgeons a long time ago said, which I think every doctor in here, everybody will say, which is that I think it's true. The transplant surgeons, we give life to patients. We save patients by giving them an organ. But actually, it's the patients gives the meaning to what we do. And I think it's the power of the patients recovering better and enjoying a life what was expressed that gives us strength to move on to do more. So I think for me really that it's actually the patients gives us the enthusiasm and the strive to proceed in this space. So here I'm going to talk about clinical entrepreneurship. The reason really why I'm going to focus on, I even requested Krit to talk about is really to see how we can take control of our well-being. What are the solutions available? Or how can we, whether you're a patient or a family member or a clinician, how you can be involved in designing technology solutions which can help ourselves and others as well. So with
Rajesh, if you
okay,
can hear me,
yep.
you are sharing the screen with your desktop. We can't see your presentation. If you could kick your presentation in, please.
Okay, let me see. I'm going to put it on the full screen mode.
We are seeing your complete desktop, everything you've got on there. So if you could either stop it and either bring
Yep.
your presentation, so we are all together with it, because
Can
this
people
is
see?
going to be very useful for people.
Thank you.
So if you stop screen share, then start again. Make sure that on your computer, the
Okay, let me start
presentation,
again. I'll
yeah.
stop and then I'll screen again. Yeah.
So for those people listening to us, Rajesh is a top-class renal
Better?
consultant. Yes, 1954. Is that your
You're able
first
to see the
slide?
screen?
Yes.
Yeah, we got 1954 and who has come
Can
second,
people see the
1948.
image on the screen?
Yes, we can.
We can see you, yes.
Okay.
And screen.
Okay, let me stop. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for pointing it out. Yeah.
I think your slides are moving quite quickly. So
It's a moving reel. There is no sound, but it's a moving reel.
yeah.
And we are on to 1980, 83. We are looking at the progress, how the digital healthcare has come. Rajesh, you can even talk about it because since there is no sound, you can tell us.
Yes, my name is Will. I'm telling about the creation of healthcare as being I am and
Okay, Rajesh, you are cutting off.
Sound.
If you can hear us.
Can you hear me? Yep.
We can hear you. You can talk over your reel.
Yeah, sure.
We are on 2000 new frontiers. We are on the new frontiers now.
So the new thing is really looking at what are the challenges we're facing. Healthcare issue, the challenges, all these things are what we are facing in the new frontiers. So that's where I feel that we, as a group, as a clinician, patient, family, we can help to solve the issue what we all face. So these are my roles. Actually, the roles which I'm a transplant surgeon, like David said. I've been active in promoting healthcare innovations across the globe and also enable integration of these solutions in addition to developing it as well. So when we talk about clinical entrepreneur, often I think I always reflected upon what is the definition of an entrepreneur, particularly a clinical entrepreneur. When you talk about a clinician or a specialist nurse or anybody, often it is empathy, patient-centered support, problem solving, a good listener, learner, and they collaborate towards the patient to help them better. When it comes to entrepreneur, we always separate us as somebody who's business oriented, want to make money and want to progress in their life. And of course, have leadership qualities, and they understand risk and they're resilient. And the third part is the one which is very interesting, which is scientists. A lot of clinical people involved in clinical care often do research. So they are curious people, analytical, very structured, they can innovate. But then for me, the issue is that these are three different people. And that is where, for me, clinical entrepreneurship comes in. That is for me really somebody who can combine these things. So they can combine the ability to practice with those skills, understand the business acumen and develop the solution further, and be a scientist to make sure that the solution which is developed is validated and can be implemented like any other solution, whether it be a robotic surgery or a tablet for immunosuppression. So therefore, for me, really, the healthcare professional who wants to become a clinical entrepreneur, they have to combine all these skill sets. And that is where I think it's very interesting opportunity for all of us to strive to do that. But then this is not a new thing. Entrepreneurship is there for centuries. We have been entrepreneurs. If you think about the early healthcare systems like Mayo Clinic or Apollo hospitals in India, they are not clinicians, but they are entrepreneurs involved in healthcare system. Then, of course, in 40s and 60s, there were a lot of technologies came in, mainly hardware technologies, where if you look at it, there's a graft called Gore, which a lot of patients on dialysis would know. That is decided by a surgeon who decided to do that. So therefore, really, out of the necessity, what he sees with this patient, he developed it as is, if you go back in time, vaccine development, Marie Curie, all these people were involved. But that was the time where they were doing a lot of innovations with regards to medical devices. After 60s, the biotechnology comes in. A lot of the medications were developed, but here it is a combination of scientist and then a clinician combining together. So again, it is not the single individual, it's people combining together and having their own companies. And some of the companies are now, they are unicorns in the global space. After 90s, digital health came into space. And this is where I think physicians really started understanding the role of clinical entrepreneurship. And I think it was early on physicians, but I can guarantee you there are equal number of nursing colleagues and physiotherapists. If you look at the landscape in India, where I'm very familiar with this space, and in UK and Europe, I would say that clinicians take a bit more, sort of a few percentages ahead, but the nursing colleagues and everybody is in this space competing, and digital health facilitates that one. And since 2020, with AI and precision medicine, we actually lead. And here is the point where I would want this to be converted to clinician and patient led. That is one of my goals for the year and the coming years, where I want patients to be part of this journey. I want the patients to be leading this journey. And at this point, I thought, why don't I share some of my journey, some parts of my journey, and also share with you some real world examples to assure you that it doesn't have to be a curiosity or an opportunity or it's something you want to wish. It can happen, and I can take you through how those processes can be. But the talks simply revolves around the fact that the purpose of the whole innovations and all these things are to focus on how we can advance patient care, how we can personalize the patient care, how we can give the autonomy to patients more in managing their difficulties and have their families and the loved ones with them without the constraints of distance, language, various other limitations what we all have. So this is a company me and my brother we founded 2010. I think you could see that we were fortunate. We started with the dentistry and then we worked through various other solutions, and we have collaborators across the globe, and we facilitate various parts of various types and parts of opportunities where we come in to collaborate and guide and market them beyond the bench. And when you look at our collaborators, you could see that the healthcare, we've got a few partners. We looked at the education as well, because for me, you can't just go for healthcare. You need to be able to address the other issues as well. If the education is not good, healthcare won't work. And the fintech is something which we are doing it as our commercial social responsibility, where we want people to learn to understand how stock market works. It's a gamification app, which we're doing it. And if you look at the academic institutions as well, it's a wide and breadth. In India, IIT is working with us, IIT Chennai and Hyderabad are working with us, and now there are more partners coming with us. And this is really over about 15 years, this journey. If you think about leaving the COVID, where we were more of phone calls. And these are some of the solutions what we were either developed it or part of it. So there were some were patient focused, which is majority of my work. And of course, I cannot forget the staff, because if the healthcare staff are not supported, the patient care will be affected. So we looked at some of the solutions for staff care and of looking at societal care as well, because I think the more I dwelled into the space, I realized that as a academic surgeon in the past in Cambridge, I was able to do more molecular biology. But then here, actually, I was able to broaden my scope of what I can learn and offer beyond kidney disease. And that is where I think it's exciting that, somebody with a kidney disease, which you will see that can offer opportunity to develop a solution beyond beyond kidney disease, which I'll show you the platform in a few minutes. So the first solution is really looking at what's a patient safety. Patient safety is of twofold. One, the hospital being safe with what they do, and the patient being safe in what is being done to them. So this is really a digital co-pilot which we developed. It works like a flight deck. It listens to you. It's an app on your phone. It documents everything. We looked at the instrument counts in the hospital, and now it is becoming a part of ward rounds. So when a nurse or a doctor or anybody goes and checks a patient, there'll be a checklist. If they didn't complete that, there will be a prompt given to them. If they measure the temperature and they forgot to do blood pressure, it will say, hey, have you checked it? And this is now implemented in some ambulance services in west of England. And also we are looking at some other partners in India to look at it. Because what I wanted to do was, can the patient have this? So that when the person comes to see them, can the patient can have their own checklist? Because at the moment, patient often listens to what we say. So we are now looking at two things I wanted to do before giving it to the patient, but I'll be delighted to engage outside to try that without it. I wanted to get the sentiments by the way a person talks. Can we assess fear, anxiety? And there are tools available. So we are validating so that when somebody sees a patient, when they walk out, do we know where they were scared? Of course, we can read them, but can that be any more better? So, but at the same time, this is something now used, available, and the most important thing is that it's something we want to improve so that the patients can have a checklist when the clinical team comes to them. They can say, oh, by the way, you didn't measure me this. And I think that's the patient leading or even co-leading their care, whether in the hospital or at home. The next solution is really when it comes to surgery. I think Pratibhan, it was a fantastic talk to show that the surgical planning and everything. Now we talk about all those things, and in her case, when there's a polycystic kidney, I'm sure she knows it's a big kidneys. So you need to know how to create a space. Now we discuss in an MDT, we do scans and everything. We discuss in our meeting, and we say, okay, these are the problems. There's no space. We do this. But then for me, that is not good enough. So we developed the first two is ours, and third one is a partner of ours, where we can actually modify the whole image into a 3D space and put a kidney in there to see how the kidney will sit in that space. So instead of somebody having a surgery where we open them up and see there's no space, we can really see this volumetric measurement before the surgery is done. One of our close friends in London, they did a 3D printing as well. So you can put it inside the person, not physically in the person, but in a 3D device. But that's expensive. So we use that. And what's very interesting now is that we can share this with the patient and the family. Then they can conceptualize, oh, this is what, when they talk about the surgical risks and complexity and everything. So there's a randomized controlled trial is happening in UK at the moment. But again, this is something in some of the Indian hospitals, I know they are actively considering it to use it as a standard of care, and some of them are already using it. So that just means that the conversation about the information shared to them as a clinician by the clinical team is they can learn more or even understand more beyond the clinic room where the consultation is 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Then, of course, the robotic surgery. This is the big thing across the world. Everybody likes to have robotic surgery, but then it is expensive. It is expensive. It increases health inequality. In London, in UK, for example, there are about 6 centers doing robotic kidney transplant. What about the rest? So, and in India, it's the same. India is the largest country with regards to number of robotic surgery in the world. I mean, the whole of UK and Europe put together, India does in 1 year. But then the inequality is always there. So what I did was we worked with a team in Slovenia where we thought about why should the robot be used for all procedures because it's expensive. So we developed a single arm robot, which is launched in India about 2 years ago. And this one, you can take the robot to the patient. So it's a suitcase. You take it there. It's 1/10 of the cost. That means really, even the robotic surgery for certain procedures, I want to just clarify this part. It is for certain procedures, it can enable robotic surgery for everyone. So that just means that that opportunity is there. So that reduces the inequality of people having robot assisted surgery. Of course, the complex the surgery, they certainly we need the other robots where it need to be. But whereas for certain majority of the procedures, you don't need them. So this is now used in India, Malaysia. It's used now at the moment. So that means, and this device was developed by a patient who underwent a gallbladder surgery, and he felt that why can't you do it? And he's an engineer, so he led this whole thing, and that's his company. It's now in Slovenia now, and they are doing it. They're delivering it from there. Then, of course, this is the biomimetic twin I was talking about. This is the gentleman there is he doesn't look like a kidney transplant patient. I transplanted him only 7 months ago. He's a British judo champion. He represented Britain in the junior category in the Olympics as junior Olympics as well. Unfortunately, like what we hear from every kidney failure patient, the unexpected shock. He went through the same thing, and he's a fitness. He loves fitness, and he's a data analyst. So we are working together with him to create models of patients with their own data, and we're going to be. I mean that solution is available, for example, in UK for the cardiac failure. It is fully available in NHS. So you will be prescribed that solution. So you get that information, and the hospital can model how to modify medications and everything based on your data. But I spoke to Mahi, and what we are doing is one step ahead. We want to include the societal factor, environment factor, so that the traffic on that day, the stress of those things, so we're going to include that. And this is fully Mahi-led project. And by Q3, we will finish the pilot. I mean, the concept is started now. We plan to start a pilot study in third quarter of 2026, and I'll be delighted to collaborate with anybody in this call or beyond. If your clinical colleagues or clinicians want to join, I'll be delighted to. But what this shows is that a person who has a problem, they suffered the problem, they have a different opportunity, but then their data, their information is the best data set. Whatever data set we can collect in a hospital over 100 years, that person's individualized one. So here, what I'm excited is that we will be able to see how care can be modified. And this is really personalized, tailored care for a person. And the last of technology is really something which I think it's now established care where you can scan your solutions, scan your tablets. So there's a data collection comes in, which means when a patient takes the medications, hospital will know they took the medication. So this is something now established at the moment at the operational level to improve the efficiency of procurement in the hospital for medications and devices. we are going to do a small study where patients can, every time they take a medicine, they scan it so they know that they took the medicine instead of remembering it. So that just means that for them, the app is on your phone. So you scan it, the data is yours, you don't share with anyone else, but that's what it offers. So hopefully that gives you an idea of some of those opportunities, what is available. And I'm going to wrap up my talk with just covering on few things about the key issues and things to consider. When you talk about all these solutions, does people trust? You can see this survey done in 2025, which shows that countries like India, Brazil, China, they are way ahead with regards to people willing to trust and accept solution. And I think that it's a very interesting dilemma. Often people underestimate people's ability to of certain parts of the world, thinking, oh, they won't be more ready for it. So when you look at AA preparedness, India and China are way ahead of West. So with regards to preparedness, maybe the chips can be produced in some other country better, but the patients who can or people who want to use it are there. Then, of course, people are happy to use it at work as well. So it's not just for their life, for at work as well. But what's interesting is this image. When people were asked, what would you trust the most? Where was it developed? Is it developed by a company, technology company? You could see it's lesser. Whereas if it's developed in a national university, the trust is the most. That is where I think the clinical entrepreneurship is so important, because when it comes from a provider who also provides the healthcare, although they are partnered with industry partner, that they're being developed there in an environment where the people are aware of what the challenges are, the trust is significantly more. And that will reflect when you hear the stories about a lot of innovations never really crossed beyond certain boundaries is because it comes from a company. So therefore the trust is not there. But then what's the trend at the moment? I mean, the graph on your right is that it just shows, regardless of the labor, the cost is going up. But if you look at the innovations hubs across the world, regardless of which region you are, there are countries increasingly having innovation hubs. This is really to accelerate people who are interested and give them a framework. India has got some few phenomenal funding projects, which one of our collaborators got a grant as well. And these are all to accelerate their efforts. But then the trend is changing. If you look at early 2000, electronic documentation was a big thing. Then it was regenerative medicine. Then it was telemedicine, and then robotic surgery. Then it comes to the mixed reality, what we told about. So even the market is moving as well. So which means when it comes to designing a solution or thinking about designing a solution, it's extremely important that we are aware of the trend. Because if a solution is developed, which was needed in 2001, that might not be relevant at this point in time. It may be useful, but not relevant. Then, of course, I'm just going to share a quick study we did with 125 people, what's nearly 540 people, and 96% of them said they want to have entrepreneurship. Now, the reason I put this up is because future colleagues, healthcare professionals, or beyond, they want to have an alternative career. So we can't hide away from the fact that they will be 100% to one type of career. They want to have an alternate career as well for various reasons, which I think many of us can extrapolate. But then when you ask them the details, often they say they want to do it because of passion, commitment. They want to accept the challenge and deal with it. So they're not doing it. I mean, if you look at the money, it's not there at all. They want to deal with the problems, but at the same time, they want to have an alternate option in addition to their primary career, maybe an engineer or a clinician or a nurse. Then when you ask them what time, they say time is never matters. Undergrad, postgrad, any time. So that means really, I expect there's a shift in the society in looking at how people want to have a professional career. Then you ask them in the healthcare where it is, you could see that they're always talking about diagnostics. But then most of them want everything, outpatient, inpatient, patient information. So when anybody is thinking of a solution, they can really look at every problem what they face and see how I can solve it. And it's really the tips of how it can be solved. And the other graph just shows that how important it is to understand the problem and having a patient with you in deciding it. And the last two are just to show you that this is really having a mentorship early on is extremely important when it comes to doing it. And this is a wonderful survey. They're all under 25s. And it's exciting for me that we need to offer a framework for these colleagues where they can pursue that with confidence. And this is where I coined this my 5S approach. It's basically when you have a question, start studying it. Don't just jump on it. Take a bit of time to start studying, understand the importance of it, get more insight. If you're not a patient, talk to patients, get them on board with you. Then have mentorship. Now with online, I mentor students in IIT, and we have a call once every 2 weeks, and we look at their progress. Their professors are on board, and the same with us in another team. And one of our team is doing it with in Stanford. We are doing it. So therefore, really, the distance doesn't matter anymore. And of course, have that business acumen. If you're not, have somebody with you who can really make that plan real and scalable. Because often that is the worst, where you work hard, you do everything, but it's not a scalable solution, means it fails. Then finally, remember a way to sustain them, because if a solution is not sustainable, it's not a solution which is going to stay. So therefore, really, this is a quick tip for how people can think about if they want to pursue a career in this space. And final things are that I don't see a defined trait for these things. I mean, you don't need to be Elon Musk or anybody to do that. It's just somebody who is interested in trying to look at the problems around us. And I run medtech conferences. I attend medtech conferences in India. I'm going to be there in June, May, end of May, hopefully, with the situation in Middle East. Joining those events means it opens up that connecting opportunity. But the key suggestion I have to everybody is that we just need to have a balance. We can't just struggle with one or another. There has to be a balanced approach. And for the institution, this is really a plea for charities and everybody, is that we need to start recognizing these opportunities rather than putting them down. Often it used to be that in healthcare space, particularly surgery, if you want to leave surgery, oh, he's not good at it. That's why he's looking at an alternate thing. So I think that kind of stigma need to go away, because I think the future generation want to have a career which is different. It is necessary that they have a career differently to accelerate these innovations to deliver what our patients needs and the society needs. So really, to conclude, I never conclude. For me, future is really what we need to think about. I mean, for me, clinical entrepreneurs are key for transformation. I think hopefully this talk shows you that the trust is essential. Trust is important when you include people. The opportunities are available as long as you co-led with patients and others. And we need to foster more of these innovators so that the future of the society are not just better, it is the best what we can yet to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. If you can stop your screen share. What a wonderful presentation. You are not just a consultant, you are not just an entrepreneur, you are a brand leader. And I noticed that you also started using AI. We are overrunning, but your presentation is very important. So Kirit will put you in touch with me over here. I'm in London. We want to explore some of the avenues. I want to quickly introduce you to Dr. Amrita Sharma there in Jalandhar in India, who will be in touch with you for something that is taking place next year, and Surgeon Anukul Goswami, a top-class orthopedic surgeon. His eyes were glimmering when you said if there was anybody who would want to collaborate. So say a quick hello to them before we move to Aman, Dr. Aman, who is going to talk about preventive measures. Anukul, say hello to Rajesh, please.
I've had a brief talk with him last time. He has touched all aspects of SATA, by the way. So, and not only economics, not only the limited work of kidney transplants, but also economics, healthcare, mental health, how they have responded to your care, and getting the responses from the patients to develop yourself, not the other way around.
Yeah.
So that is the crux of the whole issue. And I think there is so much to learn from his presentation. And there was, I remember, I don't know if you have read the book called Michael Gerber's The E-Myth.
Yeah.
It's a part of strategy and this kind
Yeah.
of thing. It's a fantastic book. And I think you touched all those points as well. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Rajesh.
Very
Thank
kind.
you. Thank you, Anukul. Rajesh, even if today, if after 5:15, if you are free, because we've got open session where
Sure.
we can discuss further, if you could sign back in again, say
Yeah.
hello to Amrita. Kirit, what we should do with Rajesh, with all the big organizations like ISKCON, Art of Living, Brahma Kumaris, BAPS Swaminarayan, later maybe in the summer, if we can get Rajesh meeting the top trustees, I will arrange that. Let's bring in, because Rajesh has got a methodology, presentation, entrepreneurship, and being a clinical expert himself, He has brought that medical tourism, what we are exploring, into limelight in a current time. So Rajesh will meet up.
Sure.
Kirit will keep in touch with you. Amrita, you were obviously impressed, and you want Rajesh in one of your organizations where you are setting up for next year, which is SATA with Dr. Anukul Goswami here. Your comments on him before we move to Aman.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. It was really a wonderful presentation, and I think this presentation needs to be shared with masses because that's the need of an hour as well. And I would say an add-on not only just in the medical conventional health system, but in traditional health system, it's a very big need of our. And also certain key points where I could see Dr. Anukulji smiling and I couldn't resist smiling on that because you really hit the nail to talk about very key aspects which we keep discussing about. It's a very best wishes from all of us, and I think the future endeavor of taking these things together would work up really well on many spheres and many bandwidths as well.
Thank you,
Yeah, Dr.
Amrita.
Ankur.
Kirit?
I have a small question. I've got a small comment and a special thanks to Bharati Acharya ji in particular. But more importantly, I think there is one aspect which is missing in her case, that she is still remaining to be a bit emotional. And that aspect is something that we need to take into account while managing these
Yeah.
patients, because many of them go through huge amount of psychological issues. And that is one of the things that I face in my back pain management. And that's something that I think we need to take care of her.
Yeah, there's a
I don't
lot
know
of
how we're
things,
going to do it.
Dr. Anukulji will talk about it
Yeah.
Yes.
because
Yeah.
interoception is a very big part, having a kidney transplantation, and we'll be talking a lot about it in
Thank you
our
both.
Fantastic.
chat session.
Thank you
But
both. Bharti is still here and she will be here at the tail end as well, so we can discuss that. Kirit, well done. Once again, you bring so many important people, people who matter not just to give information, the people who can drive information, collate information. Here was an expert from an entrepreneurial with his brother, what he set up. Rajesh, we are very proud of you. I love your presentation. So if you could, Kirit will give you my contact details and everything. If you could share that, and we'll loop up with Anukul, Amrita, and other people who are important at healing our earth. So Kirit, wonderful. Your last comment on Rajesh, and before we go to India to Aman.
I think Rajesh's presentation was excellent, but also it shows that how far India are really progressing in this. And one of the areas that we mentioned around mental well-being and support for patients, they're doing wonderful in India, whereas in the UK, it's you have to ask for that mental well-being support. It's not built into the patient journey and support. So I think we need to start looking at that in terms of models of good practice from India, where it's built in with the kidney patient from the day one when they've been start to progress their journey. So that's all I'm going to say. I think we've got a lot to learn, and we're great to have Rajesh with us, and a privilege. I met him 4 or 5 years ago, but he's an ambassador for us, and great to see him here. And that's it really. And let's move on to Amrita ji. Let's move on to Dr. Aman.
Thank you, Rajesh. And if you can, after 5:15, come back in. I think a lot of people would want to talk to you. Well done. We are very proud of you, particularly the fact that you have learned what NHS does and you stem from India. So this hybrid knowledge of yours that you brought it now into cosmopolitan, metropolitan thinking. So America, Canada, Indian Ocean, Africa, Australasia, they can all learn something from your model and we can just extrapolate on that. Thank you, Rajesh. Amrita, over to you. Let's bring in Aman and see if he can set his presentation. Aman, are you there? You haven't got your video.
Yeah, hi, I'm there.
Yeah, you are a co-host. Go ahead and share your presentation, please.
Yeah.
So over the next 5-7 minutes, we'll talk to Aman and then we'll go to Hemali, who is going to give different light to us, particularly organ transplant as
Dr.
well.
Aman, can you switch on your video? Is it
Unfortunately, I'm
possible?
not able to. Yeah. No, it's not happening, unfortunately.
It's simple. If you go on your left,
No, I know exactly. I
taskbar,
know how to be done, but there's some glitches in the system which are not allowing me to switch on the video and share the
Dr.
screen as well.
Aman, is a
Yeah.
senior consultant and assistant professor in urology and program director of kidney transplant at Amrita Hospital. Amrita is the largest private hospitals in India with a capacity of 2,600 beds and a world-class infrastructure, research center, and a medical college. Dr. Aman's area of interest include kidney transplant, andrology, and endourology, with experience of more than 1,200 kidney transplants and more than 10,000 surgeries performed so far. He has published 12 publications, delivered more than 100 lectures, mentored two residents every year in urology and transplant, co authored three books, worked in India, Tanzania, Uzbekistan, and Kenya, a multilinguistics who speaks five Indian languages, runs an NGO to support girl child, and also loves playing saxophone. So it's really good that we have you today, and you'll be talking on prevention first, building kidney resilient communities while safeguarding the environment. It will be a good combination to hear Dr. Aman after Dr. Rajesh, and we can have a combined chit chat over the discussions as well as the
Hi, Amrita.
expertise that they yeah.
Thank you so much, Amrita, for introducing me. Unfortunately, I'm not able to open my camera or share the screen. So
Can you
meanwhile, I'm
join
trying
with
to
your
work on it.
mobile
If
or
you can,
something?
Are you? Yeah, you can join from your mobile phone. Try joining from your mobile phone, or less for 5 minutes. Just chit chat some of your tips.
yeah,
Aman,
sure. Meanwhile, I
have
can,
you got a
yeah,
presentation?
yeah, I have a presentation though.
So you can share it because you are co-host.
I'm unable to do that. It's not allowing me to. The system
Well,
is
you
not
are a
allowing.
co-host. You are a co-host. You are a
I,
co-host, which means you
yeah,
got power to share. Okay, so something is okay at your something is not okay at your end. Don't worry. For next 5 minutes, what are your tips for preventative measures?
okay. See, if we talk about prevention, that the first we have to see that main causes of kidney failure in the society. So there are around 850 million people worldwide who live with kidney disease, and in fact, if you see the numbers, 1 in 10 adults have some form of kidney disease, and it's projected to become the fifth leading cause of death by 2040. Unfortunately, most are unaware until it's too late. The major drivers are diabetes being the biggest cause, India being the world capital, followed by hypertension, the aging itself, and the lesser known fact that environmental exposure are also important. If we see the kidney disease burden in India, estimated chronic kidney disease prevalence is 10 to 17% among adults, and more than 200,000 patients reach end-stage renal disease annually in the country itself. The diabetes being responsible for nearly 35 to 40% of chronic kidney disease cases. And unfortunately, in spite of so much progress, there's still a large gap in early screening and diagnosis. Now, what is the hidden
So
link?
that's amazing.
Yeah,
Aman, your
yeah,
points and tips will be very useful.
yeah.
We can go to the next contributor, and over
Sure,
the next 10-15 minutes, if you got anybody's mobile
sure. Meanwhile,
phone,
I'll try to work on that.
yeah, you
Yeah,
try to go on a mobile or something, and we'll take you back
and
after
then we
10,
work on
15
that.
minutes, okay?
Or
That's
you
right.
can,
Yeah,
or Dr. Aman, you can share your presentation with Amrita ji, and we can then try
I
that
can
way
do
as
that.
well. Yeah.
It will not
Okay,
work, Kirit,
Oh,
because we will have
okay,
to
okay,
go. So,
okay.
Aman, try after 10-15 minutes, try to join
sure.
from different instrument, okay?
I'll do that. Let me do that. Yeah.
Brilliant. So meanwhile, Amrita, because I think his points will be very useful, it's an alternative way of giving people tips, and we can actually also learn. So Aman can try to join back again. We got Hemali here, Kirit, very useful contributor. She will be giving a different and shed different light. Kirit, go ahead and introduce Hemali in India.
Kindly unmute. Yeah.
Sorry, Global Namaste, Himali Ben. Thank you for joining us. It's a privilege to have you. And also, we've connected through the Rotary Club of Organ Donation. And currently, Himali Ben is the president for the Rotary Club of Organ Donation, and a recipient as well of a kidney transplant. and most importantly, a background is also, correct me, from nutrition and that area as well. So we've got a really great person here, and we'll be continue to do some work. So Emaliben is going to talk to us about a particular project that is changing people's lives. So thank you.
Thank you, Kirit bhai. I'm just going to share my presentation. I hope everybody can see it.
Yes, perfect.
Yes.
If you could maximize it or put it on a
Yes.
slide.
Yes, I'll do that.
And Hemali is the current president.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
perfect.
is that
Hemali,
okay?
go ahead.
Yeah. So we just, unfortunately, we couldn't hear what Dr. Amanta had to say. But whatever little he said about the prevalence of kidney disease in India, and the situation is really dire. Actually, now the prediction is that 1 in every 6 adult in India is suffering from some sort of a kidney disease. Compounded that with the fact that there are so many patients in India who cannot afford treatment because of monetary constraints and financial constraints. So though they have a kidney disease, though they're willing to undergo treatment, because we don't have a sound public healthcare system, they are not unable to go through the expensive treatment that a kidney disease demands, especially when it comes to transplant. So we at the Rotary Club of Organ Donation, we are a cause-based club. Cause-based is that we focus entirely on organ donation, and not just organ donation, but also organ health and prevention of organ failure. And we do this through education, awareness, advocacy, and philanthropy. Yes, we do a lot of advocacy also. We talk to stakeholders, to government agencies to change the policies in India regarding organ donation and transplantation, right up to the central ministers. So we at Rotary Club of Organ Donation, we undertook a project which is called as the Lift Up Project. And this comes under the purview of Rotary's Global Grant. So just to give a background to people who didn't hear my talk a few days back about what is a Global Grant. So as we all know, Rotary International is the biggest non-profit organization in the world, spread over almost 140 countries. And we have more than about 4 million Rotarians all over the world. And basically, a global grant is a very high impact funding program of the Rotary Foundation, which supports large scale and sustainable international projects. And these grants usually range from 30,000 US dollars to up to 400,000 US dollars. And they focus on 7 key areas, which include peace, health, education, environment. And you have to have that project which will show some kind of a measurable community driven impact, in the sense that when you finish the project, it has to have impact on society that can be easily seen or that can be measured. Now, our Lift Up project, it is very unique in the sense this was the first project in the history of Rotary to have received a global grant. So far, our club has done 2 Lift Up projects, the original Lift Up and the Lift Up 2.0. And the first Lift Up, I'll just come to that, how much we have raised for that first Lift Up and the second. But both the projects total, we have raised more than 100,000 US dollars. And we have about 300 beneficiaries, we have 13 beneficiaries who will be benefiting from both these projects. So what was the trigger that made us go through this? Yeah. So what is the trigger that, made us undertake this project? So this is the story of Kamini. Now, Kamini was a 21-year-old girl from a small town called Dahod in central Gujarat. And she was suffering from liver cirrhosis, non-alcoholic liver cirrhosis. Our charter president of a club, his name is Rotarian Anil Shrivas. He is doing a lot of pioneering work in organ donation awareness throughout the world. He drives around the world. He has so far visited 79 countries, spreading the message of organ donation. He also participates in World Transplant Games. He has won medals for Team India. So on one of his visits to the state of Gujarat, which is in the western part of India, in his car, which has all the stickers and all the slogans about organ donation, he was visiting this town, and this girl's father, he's a driver, he spotted this car and he went up to him and he asked him that, sir, what is this organ donation? So he explained to him in very brief. And he said, my daughter is suffering from some kind of a liver problem. Can you help? So he went to their house and they showed him all the reports and all. And then he found that she has liver failure, she's very close to liver failure and she will require a liver transplant very soon. And when he talked to the family, he found out that they have been to Mumbai. They were taking treatment from some doctors in Mumbai. Unfortunately, the doctors never told the family about the concept of a live liver transplantation. So they said that she has to wait for a deceased donor to donate a liver, after which she can go undergo transplantation, which may take anything between, say, 6 months to a year. And she didn't have that amount of time with her because she was in a very critical state. So then Anil explained to them that she can, if somebody steps up from the family, she can undergo a live liver transplantation and her life can be saved. Unfortunately, though her mother and her brother stepped up, they didn't have that kind of money to undergo a liver transplantation. So Anil raised funds for them. She was shifted to Bangalore from this small town in Gujarat. And the doctor the liver transplant surgeon who performed her surgery did it completely free of cost. The hospital covered all her medical expenses. Donors contributed towards her care pre and post transplant. And that's how Kamini's life was saved. Today, Kamini is 26 years old and she's become a nurse and she's working as a nurse in a hospital. So this was the trigger that made us think that, what happens to, the patients like Kamini who cannot afford treatment. And that's how Lift Up was born. So she was a liver transplant patient, but then we did a community survey and we found that more than liver, transplant, we have problem with kidney in India, which is very rampant kidney disease. And so we decided to go with kidney transplant. Just trying to get into my new slide. Little problem. Just give me a second. So when we decided to go with kidney transplants, this is the kind of a community survey we did just to find out if this project is going to be viable or all the efforts that we are going to put in to raise funds is going to work for us. So we did a formal community needs survey to find out what is the incidence of kidney disease in India. And for that, we interviewed more than about 200 patients. And we found from marginalized communities and also patients from lower income groups to find out what is their perception of treatment for kidney disease and how they tackle this problem when they are faced with it. So not only the patients, but their family. So we found out that out of the patients, that total patients were interviewed, 46% of the patients, they declined kidney transplant, though they knew that it would save their life because they didn't have the means to undergo the transplant. They didn't have the financial means. So that was one debilitating problem that they faced. Also, what we found, which may not be very surprising, especially in our part of the world, is that women's healthcare needs are often deprioritized compared to a male's because traditionally a male is seen as the primary caregiver or primary earning member of the family. So if something happens to a male in the family, the family is ready to sell their property, sell their jewelry, do anything, get a loan, whatever. But when the same thing happens to a woman or a child in the house, they may not be given that much priority because, they are easily replaceable, to put it very crudely. Again, with children, again, the girl child is always deprioritized, given a second priority as compared to a male child, because a male child is seen as an heir to the family and to carry on, whatever. So the girl child is again relegated to a second position. And many low income patients, that was also a very surprising finding that though we have a lot of government hospitals in India who are providing good care, low income patients always prefer private hospitals over government hospitals because there's a perception that private hospitals will provide better care and they will be looked after better in a private hospital than a government hospital. So they will borrow money, they will mortgage their land, they will mortgage their house and raise money and come to a private hospital or seek treatment in a private hospital over a government hospital. So this is one other thing that we found very interesting finding. And lastly, what we found is that though there is a very highly skilled medical workforce in India, the advanced, the access to advanced healthcare in India is very limited, especially in rural areas and in second tier or third tier cities. So this is a very sad, unfortunate thing that we found. So they want to undergo treatment, and even if they raise that amount of money, they have to always move to a bigger town or a bigger city to undergo that treatment, and that increases the financial burden because they have to rent a place, Again, money for commuting, a couple of family members have to stay together to help the patient. So it just increases their financial burden. So I'm not going into this slide because this says what a global grant requirement is, but basically just to put it in 2 lines, that whenever we do a global grant project through Rotary, we need an international partner. It has to be an international Rotary club. For example, if I want to undertake another global grant project in my club, which is India based, I will have to seek an international partner, maybe somebody like Kirit Bhai's club in UK, who will help me carry on this project. And they have to contribute funds. If they don't want to contribute funds, then I have to find a donor in India who is ready to give me substantial amount of money to carry on the project. So what does Lift Up stand for? So it's a Lift Up is basically an acronym for Life Increasing Funded Transplant for the Underprivileged. And the aim of the project that we started this project with the aim of addressing the problem of high cost of kidney transplantation for below poverty line and above poverty line, women and children. And I've already given the explanation why we chose women and children. We also wanted to send out the message through this project that, women and children's lives matter as much as male lives. So that was another reason why we chose women and children. And this project enables beneficiaries with low-income groups to undergo a kidney transplant surgery. And a Rotary area of focus, I'm sure Rotarians here will understand, it's disease prevention and treatment. So who are the beneficiaries? Economically disadvantaged women and children. They all had willing and living donors. We didn't go for deceased donation because India's organ donation rate is really dismal. If you are on the cadaver waiting list, you might wait for a kidney maybe as long from anywhere between 2 to 5 years. So I know patients who have been waiting for 7 years to get a matching kidney. So that's why we had to go for live donations. Otherwise, our project would go on and on. So all the beneficiaries have a living and a willing donor, legal donor also, of course. And the project offers not only free renal transplant surgery, but it also offers free doctor consultation for a period of 3 years, subsidized follow-up test and investigation for 3 years post-transplant to ensure sustainability and better outcomes of the graft. And the club has also negotiated with pharmaceutical companies who offer post-transplant medication at subsidized rate to further reduce the financial burden on the beneficiaries and their families. So like I said, we did 2 Lift Up projects, Lift Up and Lift Up 2.0. For the first project, we raised $70,377. For the second, the total budget was $38,868. So basically 2 projects, we have raised more than $100,000. Our first project is already completed. 8 beneficiaries have successfully undergone renal transplants. The first beneficiary is already completed 1.5 years of surgery. All 8 beneficiaries, touchwood, are doing well so far. The second project we launched in December 25. We have finished 2 surgeries and 3 are still to go. So these are just a small, synopsis of this little bio of the 8 beneficiaries who went through the transplant surgery during our first Lift Up. Very interestingly, though our studies showed that, in India, about 65% live donors are women. So most donations in India, live donations, come from women, not from male. And the maximum number of recipients for a kidney in India are males. So males are poor donors, but very good recipients. Vice versa for women. Women are very good donors, but very poor recipients. But fortunately for us, during our first Lift Up, 5 of the 8 beneficiaries, the live donors, were male donors. So it was either the husband or the brother or the father. So that was a good trend that we saw. So it just showed that things in India are changing. Now males are also stepping up to help the women in their families, be it a wife or a daughter or a spouse. So that was a very encouraging trend that we observed. Hopefully, it was in a very small group, but it should work for, I hope it applies to a bigger, larger group when the time comes. So that's a small presentation from me. Thank you very much for the time, and thank you for allowing me to show, what we are doing. And basically, a lot of people are now emulating the project that we have done. A lot of hospitals are approaching us. In Bangalore, I'll tell you the first Lift Up that we did it with Manipal Hospital, Hebal in Bangalore, and the package that we got from them, usually the cost of kidney transplantation is anywhere between 8 to 12 lakhs in any good private hospital in India. hospitals in cities like Bombay, it may even go up to 15 lakhs. But our first lift up, we negotiated the terms with Manipal Hospital. We got the package of 6.5, which included, the 3-year post-transplant care also.
Thank you,
After that, the
Emily.
second lift up, sorry?
Thank you. We're going to just wrap it up there. That's great.
Yes, please. Okay.
Thank you. Stop sharing your screen if it's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, it's a privilege to be part of the club, because obviously in the Lift Up project, in the first Lift Up project, I was privileged to be the president and undergone through that my presidency in that year of 23-24. So thank you, Amrita ji and Dr. Goswami. Any points you'd like to raise?
I've got two small questions. One is, what aspect of the transplant care is the most expensive in the whole line of treatment? And number two is, this is where the traditions come in. Where is the role of dharamshalas nowadays, anywhere in India, where people can be kept while the treatment is going on? Because many of the places had good dharamshalas, and they did not have to go out for renting accommodation somewhere else. And dharamshalas, so far as I know, have been very helpful in providing care. But now many of the dharamshalas have gone, and they have all become into hotels and things like that. Is there any place for dharamshalas anywhere right now in India?
No, sir, there are not. Unfortunately, like I said, the patients now who come from smaller towns and villages, now they have to rent a room or a small flat or whatever, So they will have to rent it. And as you know, for at least for 2 months post-transplant, they have to stay in the same city where the transplant surgery has taken place for them to get the follow-up and to get a green signal from the doctor to go back to their hometown, because they can't keep commuting. Especially during the first 2 months are very critical, for follow-ups and all that. So that adds to their expenses. And answering your first question, the most expensive treatment post-transplant are the blood tests and, the other things. God forbid any complication develops. So, the sonographies and things like that. So those are really expensive. Those tests are very expensive, and even the medications. The medications are two things that are most expensive for patients, especially coming from low-income groups.
And it's great that you actually prioritize girls and women, because obviously you identified that they're the ones who are underrepresented in terms of transplant. So it's a great project. Amrita ji, any comments from you?
Thank you, Kirit bhai. It's a good job, Himali ji. I would also like to know, because the post-surgical care is one of the very important things. I think that is the most important thing, because doing surgery is a very small bit of it, but post-surgical interventions, personal care, family support, and a lot of things. So is there anything that as an organization you all provide? Because apart from just having a literacy about having a disease and getting it treated, it's much more important to have a support later on, because that's the point where most of the things go wrong. So despite all the hard work that people have been doing, it just doesn't work. So is there something that you all provide in terms of literacy, monetary basis, or support in terms of any other things? Thank you.
Yes, for this particular project, Amrita, I would like to tell you, we have a project coordinator. So that project coordinator follows with the patient right till for the next 3 years, she'll be following with the patient. So she's constantly in touch with the patient. She not only provides, not only reminds them of their follow-ups, even if there is, she visits them in their families. She asks them if they have any problems. So she also plays a role of a counselor, because this project coordinator that we have, she herself is a recipient, she's a donor. She has donated a kidney to her sister. So she has herself gone through the process. So if there is a problem with the patient, she will direct the patient to the right doctor. And she is like she's like a loop. She completes the loop between us as a club, the doctors in the hospital, and the patients. So she's the one who actually keeps in touch with all the three of us, all the three organizations, and makes sure that the patient is going for the regular follow-ups, the patient is doing well mentally, physically. Even if there's a small, like there is a form that we have, a prescribed form that we have, she fills up every month and she sends to me, because I'm in charge of the project. There's an inkling of infection, immediately the doctor is informed and the patient is called even before their turn for a checkup and things like that. So this is how we monitor them to make sure that, we have a good outcome at the end of 3 years.
Thank you, Hemali. Wonderful contribution from you. We want to know more about it. In case if you are still awake late at night, please join in again
Yes,
at an open
absolutely.
session. We got Aman here. Aman, we have only got 5 minutes left. If you could unmute yourself. Yes, we can see you now. So, Amrita, let's have a quick chat with some tips and preventative measure with Aman before we go to Rotary and Lal. Go ahead.
Yeah. Global Namaste and a very warm welcome to you, Dr. Aman.
Aman, go ahead with
Yeah.
your tips.
Is my screen visible now?
Yes, yes.
If you
We can see
share,
the presentation as well.
no, you've got to share.
Got it.
You've not shared yet.
So don't worry about sharing, Aman, because there's no time left now. Just give us some tips for preventative measure.
Okay. So essentially, we have to look at a few things. We have to build a society where the prevention is important than the treatment, because if you see the carbon footprint of the treatment part, it is much higher as compared to the prevention part. So nowadays we are seeing something new in our OPD systems. There are some patients who don't have any visible risk factors like diabetes or blood pressure or analgesic abuse. Somewhere the climate change is responsible in causing kidney disease in these patients. The rising temperatures, there's a heat stress, and dehydration leads to repeated kidney injury and chronic kidney disease. These are the patients who are now commonly seen in certain belts, like in India. If we talk about India, we see them in some belts in Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, and also reported in Central America and Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Cambodia. It is linked to recurrent dehydration and heat stress and possible exposure to agrochemicals and contaminated water. Environmental changes are leading to kidney disease due to air pollution, heavy metals in groundwater, mainly arsenic, cadmium, lead. And not only these, also agricultural pesticides and herbicides are contributing to these, apart from industrial waste contamination. We all know that dialysis is a life support for kidneys, but how about the carbon footprint? We use more than 150 liters of water in every cycle of dialysis. We use electricity. The patient needs transport to reach to the medical facility. Dialysis certainly saves lives, but also is costing the planet. Not to forget large amount of single-use plastic waste which is being used in the dialysis. So what is the greenest dialysis machine? Certainly the one which is never to be used. So what to do? Preventing kidney disease is the climate action. Salt reduction. As Indians, we are already consuming twice the amount of recommended salt intake of 5 gram per day. We should work on actively reducing adding salt to our diet, the salads, the chutneys, the papad, which we are all very fond of. The diabetes and blood pressure, which are the number one reasons for kidney failure, they need to be screened, and early control is the key. As far as the environment is concerned, we have to work on safe drinking water. The workers who are exposed to heat, we need to protect them. And we have to guide people on the harms of analgesic abuse. In India, everything is available over the counter. Most people self medicate before coming to us. For common problems like migraine or osteoarthritis, people would binge on analgesics for a couple of months and years before they seek actual help and treat the root cause. So many kidney failures are preventable. What are our roles as healthcare providers? What should we do? We should screen early and promote transplant over dialysis. Kidney transplant not only adds to the quality and quantity of life, if we talk about the carbon footprint, it is much lower. And even much better carbon footprint is achieved by prevention strategies. So, what is the vision? The vision should be a world where fewer kidneys would fail. We need healthy people, healthy communities, and a healthy planet. If we protect the environment, we would protect the kidneys. So, healthy people, how to achieve that? As I mentioned, excess salt, excess sugar, ultra processed food, and sedentary lifestyle. All these teachings should begin right at the school level. For protecting the workers, They need to have hydration breaks. They need to have shaded rest areas, education about dehydration and electrolyte replacement. These simple measures can dramatically reduce kidney injury. Even when dialysis is necessary, we can make it more sustainable. Some dialysis centers are already working on recycling the RO reject water, reducing the plastic waste, using energy efficient machines, and implementing solar energy systems. These small innovations can significantly reduce the environmental impact. The kidney transplant, as I mentioned, has a lower long term environmental footprint than chronic dialysis. What are the community prevention strategies? Early screening for the risk factor, diabetes and blood pressure, encouraging hydration and physical activity, reducing environmental toxin exposure, annual kidney health checkups in high risk groups. We should start education right at the school level, and we should encourage workplace screening apart from monitoring the water quality for those harmful chemicals. What
Thank
are the
you.
roles of doctors and policymakers? We should advocate prevention policies. We should strengthen public health systems, encourage research in environmental nephrology, support community awareness and initiatives, and collaborate with environmental agencies.
Aman, thank you very much. You've got so many valid points. We need to bring you back again sometime later. In case
Sure,
if you are
thank you.
here after about
Well,
11 o'clock, do pop in again. We need to move on. We just
Neil,
want to introduce Dr. ML Gupta if he's there before we move to Rotarian Lal Goyal. Okay, ML Gupta is gone now. So Amrita, maybe you can come
Yeah,
later.
I think Dr. Aman's father is there, and is
okay.
he has he joined Dr. Aman?
He
So,
was there.
Dr. Aman?
He was there.
Yeah,
But so
yeah, actually,
okay.
and he's working with he is in himself one man army with a lot of things, and he's working with Soumya Foundation. And we are very grateful for the works that he has been doing, and we'll be bringing him up for one more episode someday.
Amrita,
It
you
was
will
very
definitely.
valuable.
Well,
Yeah.
sorry, we'll bring him back. We'll bring Dr. Aman back in
Yeah.
June for diabetes. That'll be very important as well. Thank you.
And
Thank you
we can
so much
also
for your
bring
time.
him. We can also bring him from good outreaches because he runs an NGO there in India, which is very good. Thank you, Aman. If you
Thank
are
you so
here a
much,
bit
sir.
later, we will chit chat with you. And Dr. ML Gupta, if you are here till later, we'll chit chat with you. We
Yeah.
need to move on to Rotarian Lal Goyal, who has got a lot of other kidney experts lined up. Amrita, go ahead and introduce. And Dilip, if you could make your video landscape, please, like others, so it will be nice. Over to you, Rotarian Lal Goyal, and a global namaste and welcome.
Global namaste to you, Neil Kumar ji, and global namaste, Amrita ji, and global
Global
namaste,
namaste.
Kirat Mistry ji. Today we are observing the World Kidney Day. And as you know, the World Kidney Day, already so many speakers have already spoken on the topic. I do not want to go, but only thing is that today they have given the slogan, kidney health for all, caring for people, protecting the planet. Unfortunately, these types of slogans are not being given in consultation with India, because in India, the unfortunate part is that we don't have the infrastructure for transplant, and that's why people are going for dialysis to save the lives, to carry the life to be prolonged for some time, and that's why we are damaging the planet. So we cannot have such type of slogans which are not suitable for a majority or the biggest populace, the highest populated country, and or I can say it's some lacuna from our side, that our those who are heading the committees like NOTO or SOTO or ROTO or government ministries, that they are not convincing the world body to come out with such type of slogans here that suits the country, that suits the public at large. After
Thank you.
saying this, I would like to,
Let me
yes, yeah, please.
introduce you
Sorry.
to Rotarian. Okay. That was wonderful, Rotarian Lal Gulji. Your messages are always bringing something. But it was really good to have Dr. Aman, and thank you very much for lighting up some gears beyond the kidneys on the environmental aspects. And we'll be taking up these key issues very shortly because they are very, very important. I think it's time to welcome Rotarian Lal Goyalji. He's a founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, as well as the chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and GYAN. And today we are already, as you all know, we are talking about kidney diseases, its prevalence, and how it is important to take some key insights from the experts as well as from the donors and the recipients and caregivers of how important and what all aspects are there to know about this small organ of the body. So, Global Namaste, a very warm welcome to you. And Kirit Bhai, because you are already connected with the organ donation lead in United Kingdom in Leicester with Rotarian Lal Goyalji, your few words of introduction before he takes up his slot. Thank you.
No, I think it's a global namaste to Lalji, and also he's an amazing guy, amazing human being, because the championing of what he does, of organ donation, but also trying to change policy, try to change governments, but also try and support people living with kidney disease. And he brings some remarkable speakers and presenters, but also every day I get a message from him, and the work he's doing is, I applaud you for that. And most importantly, it's about changing lives. And I think you've benefited from a transplant yourself, and you've committed your life to serving this kind of cause. So, and great to connect with you as well.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Rotarian Lal Goyalji.
Thank you very much, Kirat Mistry ji, for nice words. Thank you very much, Amrita ji, for nice words. And thank you all the Healing Our Earth, the entire team, for producing such valuable and informative, enlightening programs every week on every Sunday. Now, coming to the point which I have raised earlier, that today when we are talking about the planet, how to save the planet, yes, dialysis centers are one of the key factors which are creating problems for the environment, wastage of water, plastic use, and so many things, and generating heat. Even just I concluded my Rotary Club of Organ Donation International meeting. One of the nephrologists told that the people have to travel for 200 kilometers or 100 kilometers to go to the dialysis center, and so they are also wasting the oil and the energy, etc., etc. So everything is giving the impact on planet. But again, I am coming back to my original thing. Unless we will not have a proper infrastructure about the retrieval centers across the India, how it is possible to have not go for the dialysis. If we have to reduce the dialysis, if we have to prevent the kidney diseases, then we have to come out with such type of infrastructure, that awareness we have to create from the childhood, from the school level, that how to save your kidney, how to save your other organs. But initially, to talk about health in India, people feel that no, this is not our subject to be taught in the curriculum for the children of 4th or 5th or 6th standard, and they are failing. They are not understanding that they are the right target group, because the children who create the obesity at a very early age, they are creating the diabetes also, and that's why the kidneys or other organs are failing. So again, I will say, unless we will not have the awareness, proper awareness from the childhood to save the organs, unless we will not create the awareness in the public at large, then it is very difficult to see that the reduction of dialysis will be there, because no one, whosoever goes for dialysis, they prefer to go for dialysis because they do not, either they are not getting the kidney, or if they are getting the kidney, the donor, if they don't want the kidney from their near one, they just want the kidney from someone who is not related to them, and that is the main problem in India. While in UK and other countries, those non-related donation is allowed, while in India it's almost impossible to get a kidney from a non-related person, and that's why it is very, very important to create the infrastructure to make the transplant very economical or either total free or covered like the schemes in UK, NHS schemes or insurance coverage like in USA. But unfortunately, nothing is there where some government have moved, but it is not been implemented on the grounds. So this is the opening thing. Now I would like to invite and introduce my first guest because I want that today let them give their own experiences. In between, I will be making the comments. And my first guest speaker today is Dr. Dilip Singhvi. Dr. Dilip Singhvi is MBBS, MRCP, RCP, MD, DM. He is a specialist in internal medicine and diabetes. He is the chairman of infectious disease at Burjeel Hospital, Muscat, Oman. Welcome, Dr. Dilip Singhvi, on our show. And today we are observing, I will not use the word celebrating, we are observing World Kidney Day, or rather week, because we have already did it on 12th of March. Now, being in Oman, in Muscat, Oman, you are seeing so many patients there. And being an Indian yourself, you have done your medical studies in India, you have seen Indian conditions also, and you are seeing in Oman also, and you are seeing other parts of the world. We would like to know your valuable thoughts about today's topic, that World Kidney Day, as especially about the protecting the planet. Your views, Dr. Dilip Singhvi, please.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Lal Goel, for inviting me for this yet another important topic which we are discussing today. And good evening to my fellow speakers also on the panel. Good evening to all the people who are listening to.
Doctor, can you put your mobile in this position like this? Is it possible? Just turn it.
I'll try. Wait, one. You want it? You want in portrait?
Yeah, no. This is portrait.
Okay.
Landscape.
Actually, you want landscape?
Yeah, landscape only.
It's not coming.
Yeah.
I'll try. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
Okay. Okay. No problem.
Go it's ahead. Not happening.
Okay. No. Go
fine. Yeah. So actually, I have also kept it along with my desktop because I'm running the clinic also simultaneously. So good evening to all the listeners, also to our this important topic. And as you rightly said, it's not a time of celebration. I'm in that part of the world where you can understand what is happening for the last 16 days. So fortunately, I would say a country where not only our kidneys remain safe, we are also safe to some extent. We are fortunate enough to be in Oman, Muscat, till now. The other part of the world, the weather is very hot. So coming to the topic, see, kidneys, I mean, obviously, since we are not celebrating, we are just discussing, but there is worldwide across the globe, chronic kidney disease, kidney involvement due to diabetes, due to hypertension, so many things.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so actually I'll be getting calls in between. I'm on call also today. So anyway, so because of that, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. Loud and clear.
Yeah, so yeah, sure. So we have to protect our kidneys because as we say, we cannot live without a heart, we cannot live without a brain, so does we cannot live without the kidney as well. So they are equally important as we compare it to heart or brain or essential organ of the body. And kidney gets frequently involved.
I think we lost him in connection. We have lost him. So once he will join again, then only we will be able to take him. So I think I should. Yeah, he's there. Yes, doctor, please unmute yourself. Dr. Dilip Singhvi, please unmute yourself. Please unmute.
Stopping me from your side.
No, now it's okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, so three most and sorry for this because I am in the middle of a clinic because here it is what we call as Ramadan and it is Ramzan, and we are starting our clinic late from 7 o'clock. So we've got a big rush before Eid coming in. So sorry for that. So as I was saying that for kidney involvement, diabetes, high blood pressure, and chronic kidney diseases, these are the three main causes. And as there is a big epidemic across the world of diabetes, I mean, hypertension has been known as a silent killer. It is there for years and years, which we are trying to still control. There is a rise, an epidemic proportion of rise in diabetic patients, whether it is India, whether it is Oman, whether it is GCC, whether it is different parts of the world. And so that as the patients in diabetes they rise, so does the complications. And kidney being one of the important, or rather the earliest, one of the earliest organs to involve in diabetes. So it becomes of very paramount for us to, take measures right from the very beginning. And now, as the world has seen the scenario change in the last 3 decades, you can see it's no more a disease. It's a no. When we were in medical, we used to hear that it's a rich man's disease. It's a fourth, fifth, sixth decade disease. But now what we are seeing is that disease has come down 3 decades. Now we are getting patients second decade, third decade, fourth decade, involvement of kidney and probably leading to ESRD and renal transplants very quickly. So it is becoming very, very important for us not to have inertia as physicians. We should be very alert, and we should be very our effort should be to save the kidney, not alert the patient that he needs to control his risk factors as regards to his sugar, his blood pressure, or dehydration, or whatever the factors we see in our place, so that the kidney doesn't get involved. Try to protect it as much as possible. Take every measure, whether it is from diet, whether it is from exercise, moving from a sedentary lifestyle to make him exercise, advise him on how to take healthy diet, healthy food. And now in this age, especially I've been counseling patients that please avoid now. You see the what should I say? The last 3 decades, the accessibility to junk food, the accessibility to everything is available on an app. Everything is available on mobile and our fingertips. So now people are using that. They are using this home delivery so much, and 90% of that home delivery is junk food, which is causing all the more botheration for us, that people are getting not only kidney diseases, people are getting other medical disorders also too quickly. So now third decade, fourth decade, young people are getting involved, and so does the complications are also coming in quite early. So my advice is that we should start the counseling of patients very early. See here, Ministry of Health Oman, they also have recognized this. They've reduced the screening from 40, which was earlier, to 35. So now the first screening is advised at the age of 35 years. In India, the ministry has lowered down to 30, that you should start your first screening from 30 years of age. When we were in medical, we were studying, it was like, say, above 40, above 45. So now 15 years down, and still we are seeing the number of complications. You must have heard, I'm sure that our viewers must have heard, there are so many collapses. Every day there are people collapsing, just standing and collapsing. We don't know. There is a lot of research going on in India also. A lot of studies are being done, and we get so many causes. It's not just one cause, but we're getting so many causes that something is not wrong. There are so many. So if we have any risk factor, my advice is, which I give to each and every patient, is that if you have, first of all, be alerted, come to us whenever you have a symptom. Do not ignore such symptoms, whether it is related to heart, to brain, to kidney. Please consult the doctor. We have so much of information on social media, so much of information on chat GPT and everything. So people are actually, the literate class is actually now quite alerted, but we keep on putting this awareness again and again. I'm taking so many talks in corporates, also going to various places, giving this awareness on lifestyle diseases, especially diabetes and cardiovascular, that you protect your heart, brain, and kidney, because kidney gets involved so early. And then once you start having deterioration of your kidney functions, the end result we know, ESRD and kidney transplant. And in this part of the world, we have another hurdle, another big problem is people do not agree for organ donations. You know the culture here. So they don't agree as people agree in India or elsewhere. So we have a big hurdle convincing them for organ donation. Fortunately, renal transplant has started in Oman, in Muscat. So we have got patients now. We are trying to do more counseling, more awareness. So with time, people will change. But as of now, culture and beliefs are a strong part of our bringing up, our making up. It's hard to change. But said and done, the best thing is be alerted, start early, do not ignore your symptoms, take medical help early, protect your kidneys, get advice from doctor how to remain safe, whether it is by diet, exercise, medication, hydration, and especially summers are approaching. Here it is more than 50-degree it will be. So that needs a lot of water. So avoid dehydration and keep your keep your kidneys healthy so that the burden of renal transplant reduces.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you
you
very
so
much,
much.
doctor, for giving such elaborate thing especially when you are so busy. But only one thing I would just like to say, you said that this part of the world is not giving the transplant donation. I will just give a figure of Saudi Arabia. I think that is also close by that side only. There, the
Adjoining, neighboring.
2023, the organ donation is 43 percentage not percentage, 43 per million population, PMP, while in India in 2023 it is 0.065. So we are nowhere, we stand nowhere, even from that part. If you say, because the topmost is in 2024 is Spain, about 52.3% PMP, and USA is about 48. So anyway, thank you very much, doctor, for giving such a good input. I'm sure that viewers who are watching our show today definitely will get some inputs that we have to keep our kidney healthy by hydrating it, by see to it that we should not eat junk food. But this is for the children and the families, the parents, they have, but because they don't have time to give to the children, and that's why the children's easy thing is to order from outside and give the junk food. Otherwise, if they will take care the lifestyle of a child, then the child will be healthy as so many people earlier. Thank you very much, Dr. Singhvi, for giving your views. Now I would like to invite my next panelist guest, and he is
Thank you so much.
Rotarian Sunil Gupta. Rotarian Sunil Gupta is a kidney recipient himself, and he's a public image chair of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, and he is based at Sunnyvale, California, USA. I will like to add here, recently Rotarian Sunil Gupta was in India, and he has done a tour with me in the North India, where we have addressed 4 meetings where he also addressed, and his wife, who is a kidney donor, Rotarian Regina Gupta, she also addressed. And the response which we found, at least I found, is that the people are ignorant, and they feel that once you have given the kidney, the donor will become in a vegetative condition or is not going to have the normal life. Similarly, a recipient is always on medicine, so that his normal working will be the same. While when he has and his wife has given the talk, when they said that they have done the transplant 15 years back, and they are hale and hearty, doing all types of works, going to gym, swimming, everything is scuba diving, etc. That shows the thing which is required. So as a kidney recipient, Rotarian Sunil Gupta, you know that we are observing World Kidney Day. I know that 15 years back, when your life was very good, and suddenly when you got the news, what happened at that time, Rotarian Sunil Gupta? Can you just explain to our viewers?
Sure. Good morning and global namaste to everybody. And thanks for this opportunity to talk to you guys on this auspicious week of kidney awareness and Kidney Day. 15 years ago, I mean, my life was pretty much set. Career was on the uptake, doing really well. Family, travel, everything. By the way, I'm an avid scuba diver. Very active. I played squash for a university, which I'm proudly wearing a logo. It's not something that I did 15 years ago. I had a genetic disorder named polycystic kidneys. It's very well known. And all of a sudden, I went into a steep decline and I lost both my kidneys. And even though we talk about donor awareness and wait lists and things like that in California, in the Silicon Valley Bay Area, which is one of the most advanced places on earth, the wait line, the wait list is anywhere from 7 to 10 years for deceased organ donation or recipients. So, I was looking at a very dire view 15 years ago. Luckily, I'm very fortunate. My lifesaver, my hero is also on this call. My wife, Regina Gupta, and you'll hear from her. And she stepped up and she had to do a lot of things. Of course, you got to be very healthy to do this. But one of the things I noticed, people are very, it's like when I was a kid, the term cancer was like a kiss of death. Like you never heard of somebody having cancer, and if you did have cancer, people would die. And I found in the tour that we went with Rotarian Lal Goel in north of India, including a very prestigious university named Aligarh Muslim University, we found there was so much ignorance. Even though some of those people were, masters and PhD qualified folks, that you thought people would have a very patiently living after a transplant. So I was there to tell them that we've been living a very, very good normal life for the last 15 years, traveling the world, doing things. But I have to say, initially, I was very, very cautious about not traveling to places that wouldn't have like transplant centers and things like that, just in case something wrong would happen. And since we are talking about the environment, one of the things I would like to bring up to this group is, we talk about, dialysis and other things having a big, heavy carbon footprint. But as a living recipient, kidney recipient, I have to tell you the biggest thing, and I really appreciate the advice that I get, and I learn a lot from Rotarian Lal Goel Saab that, water is the main culprit, right? So for me, what environment means is clean eating, clean living, but most importantly, staying away from infections. And we haven't addressed that. When you have pollution, you have microplastics, you have, people taking supplements, we can talk about all of those things, in this new world with high stress jobs, not having enough time, people shaking protein shakes and drinking them in the morning with amino acids. I have no idea what it does to your body. And I've made myself very aware through education and awareness and talking to experts at UCSF and Stanford hospitals about what some of these supplements can do to you. But more importantly, when I was traveling through India, and you'll hear more about this from my wife, cleanliness was such a big deal, right? I mean, sanitation, basic human, living rights, I would say, are subpar, right? Even in like top places like Udaipur, Rajasthan, or other places, that it's quite disgusting, to be quite honest. And we have to, we talk about environment and pollution and AQI and all those things and microplastics, but just the basic hygiene we gotta uplift. And it's amazing how much bacterial infections can knock your kidneys out or other organs out. Anyway, sorry for the rant. I'll pause and I'll let Rotarian Lal Goel take it up from here. Maybe you want to hear from my wife, Regina Gupta.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Sunil Gupta, for giving your views. Very clear views, straightaway views that hygiene is also very, very big factor for the kidney diseases, and that is why one has to be very much see to it that the hygiene or the environment or the pollutions, all these factors are required so that these factors we have to consider. Now, as he said, and I am again very pleased to introduce the next guest speaker, and she is Rotarian Regina Gupta. Rotarian Regina Gupta is a kidney donor to her husband, Rotarian Sunil Gupta, and she's an honorary member of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, and she's also based in Sunnyvale, California, USA. Before she will take up, I will just say one thing. When we went to Aligarh Muslim Universities, as Rotarian Sunil Gupta mentioned, and when she, Rotarian Regina Gupta, started talking, and she says, I took not even 1 minute to decide to donate to my kidney to my husband. I saw the ladies, the women sitting in the crowd, which were about 80% of the crowd in that entire hall, which was totally packed. Rather, they have to bought extra chairs. Initially, it was reluctance because it was the first organ donation awareness campaign in the history of Aligarh Muslim University for last 150 years of its establishment that someone has spoken about organ donation. It was, according to many people, it is a taboo to talk there. People told me when I was traveling to Aligarh, please don't talk so much. You may get some backlash or trolling, etc. But the way, and she explained, they started crying. The tears were coming out because many of them left, they lost their near and dear because of the myths prevailing in the community that Muslims are not donating or they are not supposed to receive it. While it is not correct, as I told earlier also, I have given the example of Saudi Arabia. I have quoted the Quran Sharif also, what the Quran Sharif says. So welcome, Rotarian Regina Gupta. I'm really thankful that you reached back safely after overstaying 1 week in India because of the all airlines closed the things. So now we would like to know from you that what was your reaction? Because everyone think, oh, he's such a careless, my husband is so careless person. He could have taken the care of his kidney. Why he has not taken care of the kidney? Now he requires a kidney and only I am supposed to give the kidney. Why should I give it, do some act which is because of the carelessness of a person? Did this type of thought came in your mind? If not, then what was your thinking and how you feel now after 15 years that what you have done was correct or it was a wrong decision, and what the society and your family, other family members said about it? Rotarian Regina Gupta, please.
Thank you, Mr. Goel, and a very warm global namaste to everybody. I'm just going to say that I made the decision on my own without anybody's guidance. It was my personal decision. And it was important for me to make sure that my daughter, who was 9 years old at the time, would have her dad around. She was young at 9 years old, did not know anything, and she had many milestones to achieve. So that was my thinking at the time. And I just wanted to make sure that Sunil was around to see all of that and for Simran to have her dad around. It was a decision I made that I was going to step in and give Sunil my kidney. And at the time, I was fairly healthy. And when I went in to get my blood test done, a few months later, I received a call from the doctor's office saying that, oh, I was a potential match. And, from there on, things went well. The only thing I did was I trained well in terms of exercising, eating healthy, and maintaining myself to make sure that I got, cleared and there was no mishaps during the surgery. I went into surgery on a Tuesday. I got admitted on a Tuesday. The surgery was on a Wednesday. I was out of the hospital on Friday afternoon, and I was back to work 9 days from that time, driving normal. 2 weeks after that, I returned back to my normal activities of doing classes at the gym, walking, and I've maintained that for the last 15 years. The one stigma I'll have to say is that, it's hard for people to give, I think, in our society, and I've learned that over the years. I was part of a dance group where, I went and danced with a bunch of ladies. 2 weeks before the surgery, I announced to the group that, I'm going to be out for a couple of weeks and I'm going to be, doing this. And then that evening when I got home, I got this long email from one of my dance partners saying, why should you be doing this? And it shouldn't be your burden and things like that. Again, an Indian woman, not understanding the norms, or probably just, does not have enough information. So things like that was there. I had a very strong support system, which was my friends, my colleagues, my friends at the gym, who would wake up with me every mornings at 4 a.m. We would go for walks and we would do really tough exercises and things like that. But more than anything else, after I had decided to give my kidney, I was having a cup of chai with my dad one day, and I told him that I was going to give my kidney to Sunil. And ultimately, I'd say he's my hero because, being his daughter and him questioning me, the only thing he said, why wouldn't you? So I'm very proud to say that, some parents are very supportive, no questions asked. After my surgery, both Sunil and I were out of our house. So when I got discharged, I went to my older sister's house, and my dad actually took care of me for about a week. So, I feel along this journey, having a really good support system, family stood by. My brother-in-law, my mother-in-law was here. Everybody was supporting us through all of this. But, it takes a village to do something like this. And I'm very proud to say that village has stayed with me for the last 15 years, and they continue to support. I've lived a very normal life since then. I've traveled the world. I continue to hike 7 to 10 miles a day. On some days, I continue to exercise, and nothing's changed. Life's been great and normal.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rotarian Regina, for giving your inputs. And I'm sure the viewers who are watching across the world are going to get benefit, and they will understand one thing, that whether you are a donor or a recipient, your life will not change. It's the only thing is that you have to be strong, and you should know the reality. What is the science behind the kidney transplant or any organ transplant? And instead of listening the myths or the WhatsApp University gossips, it is better to study yourself, know the science, talk to the doctor, and keep yourself perfect. And I have seen in this tour, rather I was having apprehension how they will tour so much time, because in 3 days we addressed 4 meetings, which was they started from Delhi, then Mathura, which is about 150 kilometers away, then 2 meetings in Mathura, then we went to Aligarh, which is about 100 kilometers away, 2 meetings on the same day. Coming back, I was just thinking, these 2 persons traveling with me, an organ donor, a kidney donor, and a kidney recipient, but they were smiling. They have no hesitation to tell me very clearly, no, nothing happened. We are as good. Rather, I felt at that time, I'm losing the energy, but they are very much energetic. Thank you very much, Rotarian Regina Gupta. Please stay. We will talk to you afterwards. So thank you very much. Now I would like to introduce my next panelist guest, and she is Rotarian Jyoti Galada. Rotarian Jyoti Galada is a renowned journalist, creative and script writer. She is a member of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. She is based at Kolkata, and she is also the kidney donor herself. And I will ask her to give her own things. And one thing which I would like to tell our viewers, that she has produced one short movie, and which was adjudged as the best movie by the West Bengal government, which is going to be shown to in the International Film Festival by the West government as a West Bengal government nominee. Welcome, Rotarian Jyoti Galada. And we would like to know, you have heard what our earlier panelist, Dr. Singhvi, has mentioned, how the hygiene condition in India is not great, and the conditions we require, hydrations, etc. Our Rotarian Sunil Gupta has also mentioned that he is perfectly all right after 15 years of transplant, and his wife, also Rotarian Regina Gupta, is giving them. We want to know from you your views about on this World Kidney Day. Rotarian Jyoti Galada.
Jyoti, can you try to be landscape like everybody? So
like this.
It's better. Landscape, please.
Try mobile like this. Put mobile like this instead of that.
That's it. And now just flip it so it's right. Perfect. Always, all the contributors, please be landscape. Over to you, Rotarian Lalgoil and Jyoti.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lal Goelji, for inviting me. And let me start by saying that we always, when we talk about kidney diseases, we always think it's a aged problem. It's a problem of adult. But here I am, that my son, my 12-year-old son, was diagnosed with a chronic kidney disease. And it's not very uncommon for children also to have kidney issues. I will brief you up a little about my story. My son, Umang Galada, was 12 years old. And when he was 11, he was diagnosed with chronic kidney disease on the last stage. And immediately he was put on dialysis. And transplant was the only option given to us. So we were finding for an organ, and as expected, the parents, like myself and my husband, stepped up. My husband had the same blood group, but somehow during the test, the doctors realized that he could not be an organ donor. And then my blood group was different, but throughout in the family, we tried to find a lot of organs. We tried to find a donor, but nobody stepped up, because as doctor and as others mentioned, that people are scared of donating the kidney. So then I stepped up, and the matching was a little less, but still I stepped up, and trusting the science and trusting the processes, I decided to become a living donor to my son. Unfortunately, after the transplant, sometime after the transplant, he met with a cardiac arrest because his heart health was also affected previously, and we lost him. And after that, I decided to donate his organs. So I and my husband both together took the decisions that if we could not save our child, at least my child can save other people. So after screening and everything, his liver and his corneas were found suitable for donations, and they saved 3 people. So now coming to organ donation part, I will talk about first the kidney health part. In India, especially, we take tests and we go to doctors only we have certain problems. But regular testing of children is not done. So first of all, I will like to suggest that it's not just every adult after 30 or 40 should do regular tests. Regular tests should be done since a very young age. You should keep doing it. Secondly, kidney problems, the symptoms of a kidney problem don't really show up. They are very subtle. Like my son had a little leg pain. So I took him to an orthopedic, calcium and vitamin supplements were given, and he was perfectly fine. He had a little rashes on his skin and a little ointment, and it was all done. But this progressed, I don't know how long it progressed to stage 5. So if the tests were done before, I think this problem could have been diagnosed beforehand. This is one thing I always tell parents. Second thing I also want to mention is, as a living donor, as Regina ma'am also said, I am a living donor. It's almost 1 year, and I'm living a completely, perfectly healthy life. I do sports. I have not made any changes in my diet, or because I'm a vegetarian, so no changes in my diet. My energy levels are absolutely fine. And there are a lot of myths about, living donations, that people come and tell me that you are on medications, you must not do any such work, do any heavy work. And then all these myths, they come and talk to me, and I really try to spread that awareness that I'm standing right in front of you and doing all the activities. So it's absolutely it's absolutely okay to be a living kidney donor, which we could not find for our son. The third part is the organ donation part. So in India, we, as Dr. mentioned, that there is an opt-in method, and main problem is to convince the families, you know, during that moment of grief to become an organ donor. But if, like in our case, when my son was declared brain dead, nobody came to us. Nobody came to us telling, no counselor came to us telling that you should donate your son's organs. But it was we, because of awareness, we ourselves went to the doctors and said, went to the hospital and said that we want to donate the organs of our child. So this, I think this is something very rare, but this should happen. It should be a very, very normalized thing. And kidney donation also needs a lot of after the donation, there were many educated people who did not know that you can even become an organ donor. They did not know what is organ donation. So that's how even we tried to spread the awareness in our society, in our class of people, even educated class, and the process. And it's not that they are not now ready to donate, only that they did not know the process of donating. They did not know that organs are also something that can be donated. So after getting all the knowledge, they have pledged and they are ready to donate if any situation of brain death arrives. Also, there is a lot of myth about brain death, because in brain death, what happens is you see the heart beating and you think the child, like in our case, we thought the child is still alive, but we knew about brain death. But there are patients who don't know about this concept, and that is why they think that the doctors are doing some mischief, you know, and doctors get scared of approaching the patients. So I think the awareness and the knowledge, all these things at a very, very early level should be provided to people. And lastly, I will just say that please maintain your health, maintain your organs, because I could become an organ donor because I have maintained my health. I have taken care of my health. And God forbid, if any person in your family needs your part of the liver or your kidney, at least if you are healthy, you will be able to save that person's life. And if any situation in your family arise where you can become an organ, you can make your loved one an organ donor, please do not step back. Do not step back. So thank you so much for having me. I think I have shared enough of my personal story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Jyoti Galada. As usual, you are so kind and so nice. Whenever I invite you, you always take time and come. As you mentioned about the organ donation, today, as you know, that today I had a program in Pune in the morning. I went there. While I started from Mumbai at about 6:30 in the morning. I received a call from Pune. One of the person who was from Mathura, he said that we have donated the organs of my wife. I have donated the organs of my wife. She declared brain dead 2 days back. And because I have heard about organ donation, I don't know whether when he has attended, but because I am doing it for last 10 years, and I have not only donated the eye cornea, I have donated all organs, including pancreas, intestine, lungs, kidneys, and liver and heart. Everything is donated. And I was shocked because they have not cremated the body. The cremation was today only. It has taken place today only. And when he was talking to me, so I said, you have done a very noble thing, and you will get so much blessings. At that time, he lost his balance and he started crying. And he said, I want only that my wife should get a good place in heaven. At that time, I said, no, I will tell you, this donation is the supreme donation. No one can have, because after the brain death, you have decided to do. And I was having, when I went to Pune and I reached Pune, and when I was addressing the Rotary Club of Pune Central, when I narrated it, I said, 2 days back, 12th, she was admitted, and yesterday she passed out, and they have donated all the organs. And I don't know where. So my mess, what I want to inform, that if you spread the words, you don't know in which corner of the world somebody is donating because they heard about organ donation. So what you are doing, Rotarian Jyoti Galada, with your writings in the newspapers, making the film, this is something. And all I must say, including our Healing Our Earth channel, they are organizing these programs on every occasion. That's why say World Organ Donation Day, or Indian Organ Donation Day, or UK Organ Donation Day, or even on World Kidney Day. Thank you very much, Rotarian Jyoti Galada. Now I would like to invite my next panelist guest, and today's program is quite emotional for me because I have so many people here. And the next panelist guest is Rotarian Dr. Girivash Sharma. Rotarian Dr. Girivash Sharma is a kidney recipient himself. He is the Deputy Director of Orthopedics at Jaipuria Hospital, Jaipur. He is an international transplant games players and social activist. He is the Rotary Chairman of District 3056 Transplant Games Committee for 2026-27. And sitting with him, his lovely wife, hats off to you, Dr. Shalini Sharma. She is a proud, healthy kidney donor and organ donation motivator. She is a homeopathic physician by profession. Currently, she is working with National Health Mission Jaipur. She is a great singer and member of International Fellowship of Rotarian Musicians. Recently, she participated in Mrs. Rajasthan Beauty Pageant and was given subtitle as Beauty with Purpose. I think they have given you the right thing, because it's not the beauty, but with the purpose. God bless you, both of you. Yes. So Rotarian Dr. Girivash Sharma, you have heard earlier people. Now I would not like to speak anything. We want to hear from both of you your experience about the kidney donation, kidney health, and kidney as a kidney recipient. Rotarian Dr. Girivash Sharma and Dr. Shalini Sharma, please. No, please unmute yourself. Please unmute. Please unmute. Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for inviting us for this lovely conversation. I thanked Rotarian Lal sir for inviting me and my wife for this wonderful conversation. As rightly said, I'm a proud, healthy kidney recipient. My life has changed after I received kidney from my wife. Previously, I used to go do only working with patients in hospital, always busy with working with patients. Now I have changed my life to a very I have changed my life, and I am enjoying my life because I am doing a lot of things which are very different from what we used to do previously. I'm enjoying with sports. I'm doing my sports activities. I have played nationals uh, transplant sports in Chandigarh and got the gold medal in shot put. Later on, I went to represent India in World Transplant Games Dresden, Germany, and played for 4 games in darts. Then I played in volleyball. Then we played in petang and darts. And I had a very good feeling after transplant. My life totally changed. I am dedicating my life for the patient care, social service, and spreading awareness about organ donation. My experience has strengthened my commitment to inspire society to come forward for organ donation and help save the life. I am involving in the sports and social work and involved in spreading the organ donation awareness. My thought about I want to suggest one thought with you all, that we must not only spread the message of organ donation awareness, we must concentrate and we should make a program for strengthening screening of the early symptoms of any organ failure. So that is more important, because if we if we screen at the very early age, we can prevent the organs from damaging, and there will not be further need for organ donation. This is lacking in our society. We always come to know at a very advanced stages, and that is time when we cannot do anything, just waiting for the organs to be donated. So my submission is, we should work for screening. We should force the government for making up programs for early screening and diagnosing, and of course we must encourage the society for organ donation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Shalini.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। मैं हिंदी में बोलना चाहूँगी क्योंकि मेरी ऑडियंस मुझे हिंदी में सुनना पसंद करेगी। ऑर्गन डोनेशन
Can
के
you
लिए
do it mixed, because there are panelists who are from across the world. So can you just mix both the things, Hindi, English?
Okay. I want to tell that we donors, हम लोगों को डोनर्स को सबको आगे आना चाहिए, बिकॉज जब डोनर्स आगे आएंगे तभी सोसाइटी में एक बेस्ट मैसेज जाएगा. वी कैन सेट एन एग्जाम्पल इन फ्रंट अदर्स कि आफ्टर डोनेशन वी शुड आफ्टर डोनेशन हम एक हेल्दी लाइफ जी रहे हैं और सब कुछ अपना जो भी वर्किंग है वो सब बहुत अच्छे से कर रहे हैं. इसलिए ऑर्गन डोनेशन के लिए डोनर्स को आगे आना चाहिए.
Okay, thank you very much. I was yeah, sorry, yes, you want to say something.
Can I add to something?
Yeah.
I had a very rare thing attached to me. My father-in-law was also a recipient, and he got the Limca Book of Records of longest survival patient on the earth, in Asia. So he survived for 47 years, and this is something which is mentioned. Yes, 48 years. I'm sorry. So, and the best part of the thing is the donor is still alive and he works at fields in Hanumangarh.
Okay.
So this is something donation. This is very good example.
Yes, this is a very good piece of information, because people ask how much time somebody will survive, because for dialysis everybody knows that you can prolong for 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. I don't know that after how many people can survive, but as you have mentioned that 48 years after the kidney transplant, it's a very good thing, and especially in India. Abroad might be more, but in India, 48 years is a good thing. So thank you very much. My suggestion to Rotarian Kirat Mistry is, why not keep some program in which all our transplant donors or the recipients perform their things like dance or the singing. We have seen that they are expert in all those things, and it will give a good message to the public at large. And as I am sure Dr. Rotarian Kirat Mistry, you might have met Dr. Girver in Germany when he was there, and you were also there in that transplant game.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Yeah, nice to. I met Dr. Girver and the family, so it's good to see you. And yes, and I think we could. You're right, Lalji. We can, rather than just having talks, we do something that's creative, and we can organize that definitely together.
Yes, because we have people from across the world. So it will be online on our Healing Our Earth platform. And we can do, because when we are keeping the programs for music and dance, why not keep one day only for the transplant donors and the recipients? They will show their talent to the public at large. You see, they are talented, they are performing. I have seen, although I not want to disclose, but I have seen glimpse of the beauty pageant where Dr. Shalini Sharma was there, and I was amazed to see how she was moving, a professional beauty pageant participant. Hats off to you. Hats off to everyone, I must say, on this World Kidney Day. If we are celebrating, if we are observing, we must celebrate the organ donors, we must celebrate the organ recipients. Only the thing is that please take care of your organ which has been donated or gifted by your near and dear, or you have received from the deceased. But it is very, very important thing, because it is not easy commodity to take from anyone. But as Rotarian Sunil Gupta mentioned about the hygiene condition, my advice, which I gave to him when he was traveling to India. Please do whatsoever. For your eatables, you have to be very, very careful. Anything hotly prepared or frozen or the water, the main thing is the water. You must drink only the bottled water. Don't take a chance, RO water or the AquaGuard water. It might be good, but we know that we are so careless. We forget about the servicing of our water filters and it can harm. So this is a piece of advice to all, everyone, I must say, that if you are using RO water purifier or the AquaGuard type of purifier, please get it serviced in time so that your water is pure and you can your health, kidney or your other organs remain healthy. So that's it from my side. Now you have any questions, please ask her. I think Dr. Anukul Goswami wants to ask question. Yes, Dr. Anukul.
Thank you, Dr. Lal Golji. One of the most important things I find is the amount of interest that you have shown in this field. I was never so much interested before, but once I've been hearing you, I can see how much of effort you have put all the people to get back in, and everyone has given me so much of important lessons. I want to ask Mrs. Sunil Gupta. Mrs. Gupta was about everybody's emphasized on lots of good physical activity after donation or even before donation for that matter. How does physical activity really contribute towards overall health? Of course, I mean, but they've been going to gym and doing all activities. And I'm sure Dr. Griver also will be, sorry, am I correct? Yes. He'll also be able to give us some idea. How does physical activity actually help this situation? And number two, very important question is, as a normal person within the community, how can we increase awareness of people in a way that we don't have to go and ask them just at the time when they are passing away, their family members, to come and donate for the body?
Dr. Sunil Gupta, question to you.
I think, I thought it was for my wife, Regina, about the working out.
Okay. This question is for him or for Madam Regina? Dr. Regina? Sorry?
For Regina.
Okay, Dr. Regina, this question is for you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please.
So, I feel exercise gives me a lot of energy, right? And that energy reflects a lot on, like lots of positiveness for myself. Along with that, I'm also cautious about my diet, right? I avoid fried foods. I eat like lighter foods. And I think combined with the diet and the exercise, I have so much energy in me. What else do I do?
I can add to this. I've seen Regina very closely, and I think what exercise really does is, keeps you focused on self-discipline, and that is a very, very important aspect when you're trying to navigate such tough situations like a transplant, whether you're receiving or donating. I mean, there were some comments made. I mean, think about living with somebody like her who's given me her kidney. I mean, I don't want to quite, fess up here, but I mean, I'm in immense pressure to take care of myself because, she's after me to take care of her organ that's actually saving my life. So I've become a better person because of her. From a clean eating perspective, from an exercise perspective, being more self-disciplined than I was before. So exercise definitely helps in that. I mean, the dopamine and other things that come with that obviously help. And both of us are, by the way, part of the advocacy group in California to help families go through donations and receiving organs. We've done that with living donors mostly, not as much as with deceased donors because most of those are accident-based folks, but we do talk to our friends and in society at large. We participate in kidney walks and things like that to increase awareness.
The one more thing I would say is, I go to bed early and I like to get 8 hours of sleep. And I think that's a key thing just with, everybody. You get enough sleep, you eat right, you eat at the right time, your body functions so much better. And that's why I feel like, the energy that I have today is, has never been the same as I was before. So, yeah.
That's amazing what you've just I think Lalji, what we need to do is produce a fact sheet of your case, like Regina and also Sunil, in terms of their diet, their exercise, their routine, so that will then help others in terms of live that as well. Rajesh, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I just want to say, as a transplant surgeon, I would say that weight loss and activity helps before surgery. So we know from the data that what we call as prehabilitation. If you walk 10,000 steps 3 weeks before the surgery, you are actually reversing your heart age. 3 weeks, that's all you need. Which means we don't need people to run, we don't need all kind of things. And I think listening to some of the conversations here, it's quite inspiring that what people are doing. But the one thing we often forget is the post-habilitation, because there's a lot of focus happens on before. I mean, we have patients who BMI are 35, 40. We will not remove their kidneys until, although technically it's feasible using robots, but we being asked them to come to 35, and then the post-habilitation where they continue doing like what I think Regina articulated beautifully. What you do after defines how long they live their healthier life. Certainly, there will be an impact on life because you have one kidney. But I know a Formula 3 driver. He drives Formula 3 car with one kidney. And at the same time, there are unfortunately people who neglected their self-care that they ended up in harm. So therefore, really, I think I like the idea of the fact sheet. If Rotary can put something together,
Yes.
that will be extremely powerful. And we can, with my digital twin team, we can help them to make it more digitized as well. So which just means that people can have like 2-minute videos, and it just means that it's like a small bites of information about post-habilitation. Amazing.
Rajesh, absolutely, you hit the nail on the head. We want to have the podcast going. At Healing Our Earth, we actually help people live globally wherever they've got any sort of ailments, not just kidney, it could be anything. Rajesh, do you know Rotarian Lal Gohil personally?
No, I'm meeting for the first time.
Can you say hello to him and Rotarian Lal say hello? Rotarian Lal
Hello and
Gohil is
global
actually
namaste, Dr. Rajesh.
Hello, sir.
Rotarian Lal Goyal is the founder and the charter president for the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. So it'll be nice at some point. I'll connect you two as well, and Kirit will also do so. Rotarian, Rajesh is not just a renal consultant and a kidney expert. He is an entrepreneur, and he has actually learned lots of tricks from the NHS here and from India. And together with his brother, has set up a vehicle which could be very powerful tool for the next few years, because bringing AI into it, and he's also a robotic expert into how we can entwine that into the current time. So it'd be very nice to set up offline meetings and carry on with that, where Anukul and Amrita will be looping you in, Rotarian Lalgoy, later. Kirit will be in touch with Rajesh, and he's in London, so I'm going to meet him personally. So it's so wonderful that Healing Our Earth, each one of you producer, senior host, you bring so many different people with so much talent and knowledge. And that's what Healing Our Earth is about. To love people, to harmonize people, to unite people, to create good global communities. Amrita, you heard all presenters, and Dr. Girivar and Shalini are here. I think Girivar was actually representing India in one of the sports tournament. So he is a proof here that you can go at that level even after organ transplant. So it's so amazing. It brings smile on Rajesh's face because he actually practices what he preaches. And he is a proof here that there is a life beyond organ transplant. Where our Rotarian Lal Goyal himself, it's not because of organ transplant, but something happened in his life that he turned to be an impresario for this, because he he learned that he wants to help the society. Amrita, your comments.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. That was really nice, actually, to hear everyone from their own perspectives and how people have been living beyond the lives because now it's a gifted life in many ways. Actually, it just struck me, and I just want to ask everybody, like anybody's free to answer. If somebody who doesn't have resources and is fighting for the survival of his family and is making his bread and butter, how can these things be implemented to that person? Because I think there are masses. And when you talk about diabetes, we have loads of people who are working with stress, with so much of burdens on their head and aren't able to sleep and still are diabetic because of a lot of reasons. And they suffer from kidney diseases and they don't have time to manage when they can have their meal. And they also don't know what they will get for the dinner. And they are also burdened. And if it's a female, she can't even think about because she's working female and she has to manage the kitchen. And she's an Annapurna for everybody, but for herself, she doesn't know. So my question is, can we make something as a better life regime for them because they aren't doing a sedentary life. They are core workers who are the engines of the house, but still are stuck in these kind of issues. So it's an open question. Whosoever wishes, please answer. Thank you.
I will give answer because you said about the cost factor and how the people will afford. I'm sure that in UK this question is of no use because it's covered under NHS. And
it's
US
an Indian perspective.
Indian perspective, yes. The Indian perspective, the condition today is that it is about 650 medical institutions are performing organ transplants, out of which about 125 belongs to government. The balance belongs to the private sector. Now, government, as you all know, who knows about India well, that the government organizations or the hospitals are not performing as they should perform. And there very few institutions of repute are doing the organ transplants. Otherwise, they refer to the private sector. Now, private sector here, the kidney is costing 10 lakhs rupees, the transplant, and the 10,000 to 25,000 rupees per month, the medication charge afterwards. Liver goes to from 20 to 25 lakhs. The heart goes up to 50 lakhs. Lungs goes up to 1 crore. So now it is not practical or possible forget about the poor or very poor, even the lower middle class, even the upper middle class can't afford because the insurance companies are giving very meager amount now. Earlier they were not giving after so much holla which has been created by the NGOs and ourselves, we people have created. But the government have the schemes. The problem is the execution. Like I will tell you the Prime Minister, there is a PMJY scheme by the Prime Minister of India in 2023. I must not say that it is, but I have told, I think several times on your program only, that it is one of my program in media conference where who resigned recently, who was the West Bengal governor, Dr. C.V. Anand Bose, who resigned for last week only. He was at that time during the pandemic, he was the chief advisor to the government of India for labor. And he said that in Ayushman Bharat, the limit is 5 lakhs rupees. I said that this 5 lakhs is of no use because it will not change it will not give the sufficient amount for a kidney transplant, forget about other transplant. So he asked me how much it should be. I said at least 20 lakhs rupees or 25 lakhs rupees. He asked that particular clipping of that talks what we were having online. It was a live telecast and he sent it to our Honorable Prime Minister. I am very happy to inform everyone, wherever I go, and I inform everyone that in 2023, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has increased from 5 lakhs to 15 lakhs rupees only for organ transplant under Ayushman Bharat, under the ABPMJY scheme. But unfortunately, in India, it is not implemented in the states which are even governed by the BJP rule. And I asked them, why you are not implementing this? The thing is the bureaucracy. So now government has done it. Even Maharashtra, now they have increased it to 22 lakhs. And I will give you, yesterday only I got a call from them. Any patient of Maharashtra domicile, if he is under BPL, his kidney or liver will be transplanted free of cost and nothing will be charged. But only thing is that he has to accept that in any hospital which is recognized as an organ transplant hospital, he or she will get the treatment. So that much we can do, but ultimately it is the mindset of the public as well as the government will that they should come out. The bureaucrats have to change their mindset. They must come and help the people. Then only things can come in forefront. And I would like to answer Dr. Anukul's thing that he said the thing should come and instead of we are going to the public should come forward and donate the organs as far as the diseased are concerned. Yes, today I just told you about the Pune thing. Nobody is approached. They themselves decided to donate the organs. And as Rotarian Guild, Glada has mentioned, she only approached. So the time is changing. But thing is too much in India. We have to do so much work. And I'm sure with the help of Healing Our Earth, Rotarian Kirat Mistry and you all, definitely the time will change. But we have to work very, very hard for it.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goyal. What a wonderful information. You've given good news in Maharashtra. Let's spread the word round. And India requires lots of information and outreaches. So it's so much wonderful. We need to move on to Scotland now. Anukul will come back to you in a while. Rotarian Lal Goyal, wonderful guest. Girivar, Shalini, Sunil Gupta, Regina from Oman, and lots of other guests that you always bring. If you can stay around, because shortly we are going to break into.
I think you should excuse me because I have woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I have to travel to Pune. I gave the lecture. I reached here at 7 o'clock. And then from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, my Rotary meeting. And from 9 onwards here, I have not even touched the dinner. So now I will have something to eat. Otherwise, people will say that you are not taking care of your own health. And your
Thank you. Tokyo Rotarian, have a lovely
Thank
meal.
you so much.
Have a lovely
Namaskar.
meal, and then we'll catch up with you. For anybody else, if you can stay around, because we are going to have lots and wonderful chit chats and discussion. We've got two experts now coming. Rajni, who has been part of Healing Our Earth before, who is not only a consultant physician, but she's also a nephrologist. And Kirit will shortly introduce her. And then we've got Sunil Daga, another expert here. They are going to bring so many tips and so many advices for you. Then we are going to break into open chit chat. Kirit, go ahead and introduce Rajni. And then after that, we'll call in Sunil, and then we'll have an open session over there. Over to you, Kirit.
Okay, global namaste to Rajni, Dr. Rajni. It was great to meet you last year, and obviously to hear about the amazing work you're doing. So Dr. Rajni is as Neil Bai said, she's a consultant physician and a nephrologist based in Glasgow, and really doing some amazing work. So thank you for joining us, and I'm going to leave you to do your presentation. So thanks again for joining.
Thank you so much, Kirit, for kind introduction, and namaste to everyone. I'm feeling so humble and emotional just now, and I'm not really sure if I'll be able to convey any tips from the West, but you all might be surprised what are the problems in the West. So really, I probably would like to take some tips from this this meeting today, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity again today. I'd like to share my slides, and are you able to see my slides? Hello? Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
You are co-host, so you should be able to share.
Yeah, I clicked share.
If you go to the bottom taskbar where you see the green button.
Yeah, I shared that. I clicked that and.
Yes, and then you have not shared the screen yet. You share that, but you need to go to the blue icon to share the screen. Go to the green icon, select, yes, we are there now.
Okay.
Perfect. If you could maximize it, please, and put it on a slide mode.
Perfect.
Perfect. Okay. So here we start. So welcome to sunny Glasgow for a change. I'm in Glasgow just now, and I would like to talk to you about kidney disease and challenges in Scotland. I would like to give you a warm welcome from Scotland, and then we will talk about some concepts of the renal disease that are common everywhere, really. Kidney disease as such is a very challenging condition, and no part of the world is spared from it. So here we are to learn from each other and share the experiences in different countries. So I would like to also tell you about what measures have been taken to address these challenges from Scottish perspective. So this is Scotland. So beautiful country. Really, you can see Arthur's Seat there from Edinburgh and lovely, lovely landscapes. So before understanding the problems from Scottish renal units, I thought I'll put a map of Scotland to make you understand where we are and why do we have problems. So Scotland sits in the northwest of Europe, and it's a part of United Kingdom, and it occupies top third of the Great Britain. So there are wild coastlines, pristine beaches, rolling valleys, and towering mountains. And it's home to almost 800 small islands, which are all over here. So there's North Sea on the east, which separates us from Europe or European Scandinavian states. And there is Irish Sea separating us from Ireland, and the Atlantic Ocean separating us from Iceland, Canada, and USA. So all these 800 islands, they're all not inhabited. There are 96 islands where people live, and this is the population which is far, far away from the mainland. And on the south here, we have border with England. So what have renal units done, really? So as you can see, there is this whole central belt. In one line, there's Glasgow and on the west, and Edinburgh on the east. And surrounding it, you can see where the renal units are in the big dots or big squares. So mainly, 20% of the population is concentrated in the central belt, in Glasgow and Edinburgh alone. And more than 20% of the population is in the islands, quite far away from the main renal units. So over the period of time, there have been new renal units, but what they have done is they have opened up satellite units to be able to then facilitate treatment, especially dialysis treatment, nearer the home for those patients who will find it very difficult to come to the mainland for their treatment because the travel is not easy in Scotland. So there are about 28 satellite units from 9 main adult renal units, and there's only one children's unit in Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, Glasgow. I would like to share the innovations and heritage of Scottish nephrology. How did it develop? So the term dialysis, it came from Thomas Graham, who was a Scottish chemist. And 1861, he used a parchment membrane to separate the solvents from fluid. And his concepts were utilized only in 1940s by William Kolff, who was a Dutch nephrologist, who then made a machine to dialyze somebody by using parts from a washing machine, sausage skin, and some solutions. But what was happening in Glasgow in 1930s, they were performing kidney biopsies on children who had nephrotic syndrome. And in 1950s, first pediatric nephrology unit was opened at Royal Hospital for Sick Children in Glasgow. In 1960, Michael Woodruff performed first kidney transplant in Edinburgh. And in 1960s, the development of hemodialysis for chronic renal failure began in Edinburgh. Before that was only for acute kidney injury. In 1968, the first kidney transplant happened in Glasgow at Glasgow Royal Infirmary. And in 70s, mainly other units were establishing in Glasgow. Because I'm from Glasgow, I'm telling you main history about Glasgow now. In 1979, CAPD came into action at Western Infirmary of Glasgow. Moving forward, several years of innovation, They then started renal patient view, where all the results were piloted in computer program, and patients could also see their results and clinic letters, which has been much expanded to what we call now SERPR, which is Scottish Electronic Record of Renal Patients. In west of Scotland only, Edinburgh side don't have it. So this is quite unique to us, where all units actually talk to each other. I can see patients' results if they are like 200 miles away. That's not a problem, even if they were done. And more recently, in 2021, we came with opt-out legislation for organ and tissue donation, and that I'll talk about it a bit later as well. So Scotland as such, there are loads and loads of public health challenges. Scotland has got worst health inequalities in Europe, and the gap in life expectancy between the most and the least deprived areas can be 13 years for males and 10 years for females. And more than that, the gap in the healthy life expectancy, which is the number of years lived in good health, is even worse. That is 23 years for males and 24 years for females. Having said that, I was looking, and just in Glasgow, if you're from south side of Glasgow, then your life expectancy is probably 8 years more than somebody living in the east end of Glasgow, which is really, really a starking difference. More than half of the population has got at least one health condition. And the main service challenges in terms of medical treatment is attributed mainly to the rural areas, limited access to the specialist care, long distances to treatment centers, and high dependency on centralized hospital services, which is again quite common in Indian population as well, because there's huge amount of rural population who can't really make it to the cities for their treatment. Like everywhere else, but mainly Western problems, deprivation, obesity, mental health issues, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, hypertension, alcohol, drugs. You must have heard Glasgow is the drug death capital of Europe, really. People are aging and age-related issues. So all these problems are everywhere. And unfortunately, when you combine that with kidney disease, everything gets exacerbated. So what are the other challenges related to kidney disease in Scotland? So chronic kidney disease, as we know, is the single biggest public health challenge, and it affects 10% of the population. More than that, if two people are diagnosed with chronic kidney disease, there's one person who has not been diagnosed and they have got no idea that they have got kidney disease at all. At primary care level, there's no screening program as such. So we don't have any data on what is the prevalence of chronic kidney disease in community. And we used to have signed guidelines for chronic kidney disease, but they have not been updated for a long time, although we have got national guidelines with NICE, but there are no clear recommendations to our GPs who don't know what to do and which guidelines to follow. And that's why there has been a bit of lag for screening in the community. There is lack of information and resources for early detection and management of chronic kidney disease. And again, as I mentioned earlier, that huge population lives in two big cities, and the population is concentrated there, and rest of them don't have much access. So the island's population amounts to about 70,000, and they're quite far away from the main dialysis units and renal clinics and regular follow-ups. And again, travel to islands is quite weather dependent, so we have to travel by ferries and by air. And again, if you can't come to mainland when the weather is bad, that's tough luck. Challenges related to kidney disease, again, there has been a huge amount of work done by Kidney Research UK, which is one of the big charities, and they did some modeling and suggested that if we carry on like that, then more than 10,000 people in Scotland will need dialysis by 2033. So they produced this report in 2023. So they were predicting what will happen in 10 years' time. And again, this will amount to cost to economy by more than £1 billion. And associated comorbidities like diabetes, hypertension, and heart disease, which we all have talked about today, they add more rapid health decline to these patients with kidney disease. And again, people, particularly older age group and Black African minority from ethnicity, they are more vulnerable to health inequalities. There is limited attention by governments and public health officials for chronic kidney disease. We talked a lot about sustainability earlier, so again, there will be issue of sustainability related to dialysis. And again, it includes a lot of travel time for patients as well to the dialysis center. Again, after COVID, more challenges mounted because there were excess deaths in dialysis and transplant patients. There's a paper from my friend, Dr. Samira Bell, who tells you about how it was dealt with. And this led to a great impact on the number of transplants performed after COVID. So previously in 2017, the peak had reached to 42.5 per million population for transplant, and that dropped to 26.8 per million population in 2024, and we have not really recovered from it yet. So this chart shows you the number of transplants performed, and here you can see in 2017 there was peak, and then it came down during COVID time, and really it's still not come up, and we have not picked up. So what do we need to do now? So Kidney Research UK again came up with another document which suggested changing the future of chronic kidney disease in Scotland. And overall, their view was the best time is early. We need a national pathway to screen people and manage chronic kidney disease at much early stage so that we avoid the need for dialysis or transplant. We need to make more information available for our clinicians and for patients who can take some responsibility for their health. There is a lot of groundwork that needs to be done, and a national strategy needs to be formed for chronic kidney disease, and we need to develop robust pathways for patient support. So this is the action plan they have come up with, and their themes are: yes, prevention is better than cure, timely and equitable access to diagnosis and treatment, and empowering patients throughout their kidney journey and making informed decisions. They have suggested some recommendations, and they have involved stakeholders, mainly in the parliament, and raising these issues with government. A lot of lobbying has happened, and there was a cross-party debate in parliament on 3rd of September 2025 on recognizing the impact of chronic kidney disease, and they have called for action to address various social, emotional, and financial impact of CKD, and to improve the in-dialysis transport, and to look at home dialysis options and uptake of home dialysis or home therapies like peritoneal dialysis in Scotland, and strengthen the transplant pathways. Role of multidisciplinary team involving pharmacists and nurses and other members in managing chronic kidney disease, because these days you really don't get an appointment to see the GP. Make IT platforms much more robust so that patients can access their records, or more availability of near me consults or telemedicine to look after patients with kidney disease. And again, the mental health and psychological and social support for patients with kidney disease is of paramount importance, and that should not be ignored. Moreover, we need to concentrate more on health inequalities. And again, in Scotland, about 4.5% of the population is Asian. So, we have been working to look at that. There have been other resources that have been developed because the population is rural. There are actually now new curriculums being developed, and doctors are being trained in rural health and care information, and so there are going to be trainees or more general practitioners who will be involved, and those probably can be trained to look after patients with chronic kidney disease in Ireland especially. So we have got a Scottish Renal Association, which is a group of multidisciplinary members that includes doctors, trainees, nurses, pharmacists, dialysis associates and all, not only from Scotland, but beyond as well. So we are basically a network of nephrology family across Scotland, and we meet, there's a conference yearly for 2 days, and everybody meets, comes and shares their learning experiences, their work, research work, audit work, So that way we actually share a lot of information amongst ourselves. We are affiliated to European Renal Association as well. So Scottish Renal Association has got a special part which is called Scottish Renal Registry. It's a national registry of patients who are receiving renal replacement therapy at the moment. So Scottish Renal Registry, they will report epidemiology and audits against recommended standards of care, and they promote excellence in renal care. All NHS renal units contribute fully, and all the data is published by Public Health Scotland and fed into the UK Kidney Association registry as well. So SSR complies reports for quality improvement, including audit and peer review, research, service planning, and teaching as well. So anybody who wants to do an audit, they can actually apply to SRR and get some data. So this is a snap of what the report was from 2025. So every year, Scottish Renal Registry will submit a report. So we know exactly what has happened. So the report in 2025 will tell what has happened in 2024. So that this year's report 2025 has not come out yet. So we know in 2024, 237 patients received a kidney transplant. 61 patients were using home hemodialysis. 182 patients were using peritoneal dialysis. 1946 people were using in-center dialysis. 615 people, they started kidney replacement therapy for the very first time, and 5,750 people in Scotland received kidney replacement therapy. We also keep record of patients who are not suitable for dialysis and transplant and receive conservative care, and the number was 308. We have also started keeping data about the vaccinations, especially for COVID and flu vaccines, as to how many people have taken the vaccines. So the Scottish Renal Registry started collecting data from 1960, and all this data is available. So it tells you the annual incidence of patients starting kidney replacement therapy between 1960 to 24 and what modality was used. So you can see mostly it was hemodialysis before, a bit of PD, and transplant really started from this end at the bottom. Number of patients receiving kidney replacement therapy from 31st of December 1960 to 24 by modality of treatment. So now we can see more and more people have got transplant. Still a lot of people on hemodialysis, some on peritoneal dialysis in different forms, APD or CPD, but there are patients, very small number of patients using home hemodialysis therapies. This chart shows you the age-specific prevalence of kidney replacement therapy, and it shows you that this is for children. But as we are getting older, more recently we have been getting more and more people in the age group 65 to 70 and above 70 who have got advanced kidney failure. And then we are looking after those patients, and they will have associated other comorbidities as well. Number of kidney transplants performed in Scotland over all these years. So you can see there has been increase in the living donor transplant, and also if it was after disease donation after brain death or circulatory death, that data is also recorded. And as I told you, all renal units contribute, and actually all the data is in open, because then we compare different units as to how they are doing. So you can see this one is Royal Hospital for Children. So most children had transplants, but then in other units, what are the more modes of kidney replacement therapy, whether it's transplant or hospital hemodialysis or CAPD or APD. So that gives you, and there's a lot of other information which is collected. So this was just basically to show you some charts as to how the data is collected and shared. So I've been a part of Kidney Research UK as well, and there's a program that is run which is called Scottish Peer Educator Program, mainly for organ and tissue donation. So here, volunteers of different faiths and Scottish or South Asian communities based in either Edinburgh or Glasgow participate, and they raise awareness and educate the community on kidney health, on the risk of kidney disease, and the need for organ and tissue donors within the South Asian communities. As we know, South Asian people have to wait a lot longer than white counterparts for a transplant. We also promote the opt-out system of organ and tissue donation, which came into action in 2021. Basically, unless you have said that you don't want to donate, you will be considered a donor. We promote living donation and help people to make informed donation decisions and encourage them to discuss with their family and inform them of their decisions. There's huge amount of research going in as well, which contributes to the development of different things. And I wanted to share with you that one of the transplant registrars from Aberdeen got an award last year in American Society of Transplant, and this was the first British doctor getting an award for bringing out research for breakthrough bedside test aiming to tackle transplant rejection, and that will then avoid doing kidney biopsies to diagnose rejection. So there's a huge amount of data with Scottish Renal Registry, which they'll be able to share with their trainees if they want to do any research project. And Kidney Research UK has spent a lot of money over last 10 years, over 60 years actually, but this much is the amount in the last 10 years in Scotland only. So the challenges for renal research is there's insufficient funding from government to do research projects, and there's heavy reliance on charities to support it. The procedure to apply for research are difficult, and there are lots of loopholes. The long training process at the current times for medicine and getting time out for research is very difficult. There are lack of jobs and opportunities as well. This slide shows you the transplant activity in Scotland over the last few years. So for kidney transplants from 2021 to 2025-26, so these are the numbers, and this is a combined kidney pancreas transplant. So last year, up to 3/4 of the year, 103 transplants happened, and the number of people on transplant waiting list continued to rise. So from 2022, 379 people were waiting for kidney transplant, but on 31st of December 2025, there were nearly 500 people waiting for a kidney transplant. So there has been an action plan from the government for donation and transplantation, and this plan has set out few steps when they want to prioritize things. So the first priority was implementation of the Human Tissue Authorization Act in 2019. So again, as I told you, this was implemented in 2021. Increasing organ transplantation, reducing the missed opportunities for the disease donation, and increasing the living donation and reducing the wait for a kidney transplant. The transplant recipient support and aftercare, research and innovation, and public health improvement. So there's the link for that document if anyone wants to see it. And I'm very, very grateful today to all of you to join this webinar, and especially Kidney Research UK, NHSBT, Public Health Scotland, Scottish Government website, and Scottish Renal Association, where I've taken the talks. And there's a link for the Glasgow or the Scotland history that I was talking about. Many thanks.
That was excellent, Kirit. What a useful presentation by Rajni. I think that was so good. Rajni, if you can stop screen sharing, please.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So that we can break into the presenters over here, which was so wonderful. Let's have some comments, Kirit, from Anukul, and then we want to move on to Sunil. We stay to north part of England, who again has got a lovely presentation lined up as well. Anukul, this was very specific to the South Asian community. How very useful, because it's up to date. And these are the kind of data we need to share with societies, communities, and organizations so they can help themselves to help the professionals. Over to you, Anukul, your comment, please.
Thank you. Yes, I think thanks a lot to Kirit and again Dr. Rajni to tell us quite a bit of data about all these issues. But there's one thing, I'm an orthopedic surgeon and a spinal surgeon, so my understanding of limitation at the microscopic level is slightly different in the glomerulus. But I have got a sort of a very different, and take it as a null hypothesis. My overall view is that knowing very well that the renal conditions can alter the gut microbiome by what you call leaking gut syndrome and things like that, and various kind of autoimmune conditions can result in changes in renal functions. My idea is that the evolution wise, we have not been able to make the changes that is necessary to accommodate all the toxic material that is there in the food, the fast food stuff, and all the things which are resulting in a lot of metabolic disorders and are possibly resulting in the renal conditions as well. First of all, my knowledge about it is very limited. I'm just making an assumption that these things are contributing to the renal failure, and that's why you're getting these conditions much more often in younger kids. That is my vague theory. If that be so, what are we doing in terms of prevention? Number one, first of all, you're going to prove that is so. So thinking about Scotland, where I actually worked as a consultant for a few years, not far away from Glasgow, I knew that there are people who are very categorically good about maintaining their own food standards and things like that. So there must be a difference between cities and renal conditions as opposed to villages who are stay very isolated. So is there any data to prove the difference between the type of food that they consume and the type of problems that they get in the kidney or things like that? It's something worth I've been thinking of for a long time. And I said, how is it possible to prove it that microbiomes influence the type of the leaking gut syndrome, and that in turn is likely to influence the outcome of chronic renal conditions and vice versa. I'm sorry I've put it in a null hypothesis situation. I've got no idea where to go from.
Thank you, Uncle. No, I'm actually not aware of any data, but I'm getting inspired to do some research work then into it. So I'm really sorry, I don't have anything.
No problem.
And also the data I think Rajni presented wasn't not solely for South Asian communities, but it's something that it's
Scotland,
but it's something that we do have a great challenge in terms of needing to get better in terms of equity data. So thank you again for that lovely
Mr.
presentation.
Rajesh also might have some opinion. I'm not very sure whether he has got any opinion about it.
We'll move on to Rajesh a bit later. We need to move on to Sunil, who has got a presentation. But just before that, Amrita, let's tell people something about the future episodes so they can get it lined up. And these are some of the episodes that is coming on Healing Our Earth.
So next Sunday, which is the 22nd of March 2026, we have Ram Navami special, where we will be singing, chanting, and celebrating the event of Ram Navami.
And more importantly, Ram was Maryada Purushottam, a pure, ideal husband, brother, ruler, son. So it would be very nice to learn some virtues where we are still learning from there. And the following week after that, Amrita.
The following week after that, which is the 29th of March 2026, we have Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen, achieving good health gastronomically. And we have been talking about this right now as well. So what's the diet and what's the diet? And so let's catch on with this episode on 29th of March. And then we have the World Health Day, and that episode will be broadcasted on 5th of April 2026 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards.
So this will carry out some general subjects like obesity, which is Earth is suffering on, autism, which is very much in demand. Actually, it's an autism day on the day as well. So every health matters that can benefit the consumer to get some tips and overall well-being, wellness. So Kirit, Anukul, Amrita, be aware of this and let's get that going. And then week after that,
we have a celebration of our 6 years, a long journey of our 6 years, and we want you all to celebrate with us and shower your blessings, and that will be broadcasted on 12th of April 2026. So all are invited to rejoice and cheer with us.
What started to help unite the globe when in pandemic because everybody was stuck at home and to teach people how to use technology. And Zoom, it was just supposed to be for 4 or 5 weeks till the pandemic becomes endemic, and then completely or reasonably eliminated. But ever since, with over 10,000 contributors, we are still going on and helping the society.
Earth Day special. Our power is our planet, and therefore, this episode is exclusively broadcasted on 19th of April 2026 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards.
And there are much more episodes lined up throughout the year. For those who want to know more about them, just go to the future episodes at Healing Our Earth website and you will be able to actually see them. It'll be wonderful. So now, Amrita and Kirit, let's move to Sunil Daga, who has been here quite often and helped people many a times, who is not just a nephrologist, but he is also in intensive care a unit and a board as well. He's part of some trusts as well, which is so beautiful. We've got his PowerPoint lined up as well. So Kirit, introduce a bit to Sunil, and Sunil can get cracking with his research and kidney in South Asia.
Yeah, so Global Namaste, Sunil Bhai, thank you for joining us. Sunil Bhai is not new to this. He's been with Healing Our Earth for many years, and he's also a good colleague as well, and doing some amazing work in the community, particularly looking at our South Asian community. He's a clinical associate professor for University of Leeds and an honorary consultant kidney specialist at St. James University Hospital. And today, the topic really is about research, and Dr. Rajni looked at research and the challenges we have within the South Asian community is our communities are not getting involved in research or clinical trials as much. So hopefully your presentation today, Sunil, will enlighten the challenges, but also how we can get more research into our communities. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Kirit Bhai, and Global Namaste, Neil, Amrita ji. Good to be back. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. Okay, well, I'm so sorry I couldn't join early. I've been in the Midlands, doing my parental duties. The children were having Khel Pratiyogita today on Mother's Day, and it was only women's allowed, but I've just squeezed out a place to do this talk. So apologies if there is some repetition happening. Rajniji, really focused on Scotland, and I'm just going to get you back to the global health. Coming back to the Healing Our Earth, right? Okay, just before I go there, and as I said, people might already know this, but across the globe, whether it's UK, India, 1 in 10 individuals already have chronic kidney disease. If you are age 35 and above, your kidney is already working less than 60%. That's a fact, but we don't know. The people don't know. So that's a really big issue as why so many individuals over the time is getting into chronic kidney disease. Rajniji showed you that Kidney Research UK has called this as global public health emergency, and very recently World Health Organization has also endorsed this, that we need to tackle this. If we don't tackle, it's going to be a tsunami of health issues coming. This is what is a very sad news, actually. Currently, kidney disease is number 12 cause of premature death. What that means is we are dying sooner than the expiry date set by the God or the nature. We are dying sooner because of chronic kidney disease, and chronic kidney disease is number 12 death. If nothing changes, if we don't change, if the society, community, healthcare doesn't change, by 2040, it's going to be the 5th commonest cause of death. Now, believe me, it's already affecting a lot of individuals, whether you're an orthopedic surgeon, heart doctor, diabetes doctor, you're going to see a lot more kidney disease, and we will see a lot more individuals both in UK and back home. Now, one of the things was earlier mentioned, what has changed over the years? Now, this is a map of India. Now, why am I showing you a map of India when I'm practicing in UK? Well, 18% of population in UK is ethnic minorities. If you look at kidney transplant waiting list, almost 1 in 5 people who are waiting for kidney transplant in UK come from South Asian heritage. So what's happened? the map you got here is literally in 10 years, the Indian states have turned red. You can see red is a bad color, a danger color. What this is showing is number of people dying with kidney failure. And what's quite sad, if you look at the map again, it's mainly the southern part of India and the eastern coast. So what's different there? So how is it different in those areas compared to, let's say, Rajasthan, which is a very hot desert place? Or what's happening in Punjab up there? That's gone red as well. Now, I don't have all the answers today, but this is what the data is suggesting in India. This is what the data is from UK. A couple of observations I want to make on this graph. So these are the individuals who are starting dialysis, kidney failure. And what I want you to draw attention is the bottom line. You got a little hill, the white circle with a black line, you make a little hump. Yeah. So that's the white population in UK. Now compare that with red color, which is South Asians or Far East Asian combined, and the triangle is a black ethnicity. So when we compare that, it is clearly obvious that we are actually making a mountain, a much larger mountain than the small hill of kidney disease in white community. The second observation is the kidney disease is starting very early. What might be at age 60 in white Caucasian is actually happening at age 40, 45 if you're South Asian. So kidney disease are happening 10 to 15, 20 years earlier. And not only it happens earlier, it also progresses quite rapidly. So not good news for anybody in the call today or anybody who's listening online. Now, I'm not going to go into detail of this, but a couple of things I want to say that's relevant for the audience. Chronic kidney disease, the top killer is diabetes. The second top killer is high blood pressure. And guess what? The third top killer is obesity. And the fourth top one in Indian context or South Asian context is unknown. The patient doesn't know, the doctor doesn't know. I don't know why your kidneys are packed up. It's too late. You come to me with small, shrunken kidneys. I don't know what has happened here. So those are the four common cause in terms of volume. And then, of course, other things like if you have a heart disease, if you have a family history, all of that increases risk of chronic kidney disease. What also is true, when you go back to the Indian map, there was a question posed earlier on, is there any difference between rural or urban? So again, drawing your attention to the map of India, the top maps are before I was born. So that goes back to sort of mid 70s. And then the bottom maps are from 2014, so 12 years ago. Again, red color is bad news. So you could see over the time, in 30, 40 years, Indian states are all turning red with type 2 diabetes. The rural India is also turning red. It used to be very healthy before I was born, but something has happened since I've born. There is a lot more diabetes happening. Now, what I was surprised, I thought the Gujaratis are much higher risk of diabetes, but you could see the Gujarat state itself is not red. It's actually, again, coming back to the kidney disease and the diabetes quite a lot in southern part of India. But there is some difference between kidney disease and diabetes. You can see Rajasthan is suddenly gone quite red in urban India. So there's definitely a difference between rural and urban India. And with time, our health overall has not been good. And that actually translates what happens in UK. We might say, well, you know what, the Indians don't do exercise, they don't do much at all, there's so much heat, etc., etc. But actually, if you look at UK in a developed country, the same ethnic group is a massive problems. So what am I showing here? So there are lots of towers. The blue towers are men, the orange tower are women. It's a woman's Mother's Day today. The far towers are UK white general population. Their towers are small size, but look at the big towers. The Indian towers is almost double than the white Caucasian. The individuals from Pakistani and Bangladesh heritage, even higher. So something is going on with our South Asian heritage where kidney disease, diabetes, and actually both of them goes hand in hand, more so in men than women. What's going on? Then this study, I want to draw your attention. This is from Southall, which is a suburb in London, predominantly Punjabi population. That's the blue line. The orange line is from India, from Daryaganj. So that's a suburb in Delhi. And the green line is white Caucasian in Southall. So you can see that the green line goes up, up, up as the individuals get older. And same thing for the blue and orange line. But what happens at the very end? The green line keeps going up, but the blue line falls, the orange line falls. You'll be thinking, why? Why they're falling down? Well, basically, people with diabetes are dying much earlier if you're from South Asian heritage. And again, just like the kidney disease, diabetes is happening almost 20 years early. You can see what the diabetes rate would be for 55-year-old white Caucasian is same in 35-year-old South Asian. Really bad news. Something is happening with our ethnicity, with our communities, and you could have some hypothesis in your mind why that might be the case. Same country, same gut microbiome, probably. We're drinking the same water, yeah, in Southall, but a huge difference in that. Coming back to the maps, I like maps. So what is this map? Again, India has come back red, and so is Mexico. So these are the hotspot of unknown cause of kidney failure. We already know diabetes, hypertension, and heavy weight is causing kidney disease, but also in Indian territory, a lot of unknown cause of kidney disease. Now, there are many hypotheses going on that. One of the one I found recently is skin whitening cream has high mercury. There was a study done in Indian airport with all these very expensive creams that do not declare how much mercury is in there. And the researchers found that actually those creams have a lot of high mercury and could contribute to high prevalence of kidney disease. Now, the challenge with kidney disease, I'm sure it's been already mentioned, it's a silent disease. You don't get any symptoms until the kidney goes below 10%. So you may be having something applying on your skin, you might be eating something, you might be at some risk factors, silently is going on, and one good day you feel knackered, shattered, headache, and boom, your kidney is 6%. So that's the problem. So please be careful, use natural things, eat natural food, cook yourself. Ultra processed food is no good. Red meat also has been attributed to increasing chronic kidney disease. So there's a lot of things that research are looking into, but I'm coming to just last few slides as I'm just putting you a case as why research is important. Coming back to the theme of this World Kidney Day, which very much relates to healing our earth. So World Kidney Day has been celebrated for the last 20 years, and this year the theme is about protecting the planet. How come kidney disease is affecting the planet? We actually are contributing to a lot of green gas in here. So just a single dialysis session, okay? Individuals do 3 dialysis sessions a week to stay alive. And some individuals can be there for 5 years, 10 years in UK. And just a single dialysis session is driving a car for 240 kilometers. So I think I might be midway, Rajni, on the way to Glasgow from Leeds. And if I go back and forth, that is 2 dialysis sessions. So that's a lot of CO2. For 1 dialysis session, you need 350 to 500 liters of pure water, not any water, a lot of water purification. So that's not a good news. We already are not got enough water for people to drink. In a lot of countries in Africa, and certainly where I come from, Rajasthan, we don't have drinking water. Now, if you want to dialyze somebody and consume 350 to 500 liters of water in 1 dialysis session, that's not good. So what can we do? So on the bottom part, the research suggested that if again the towers, the red tower is hemodialysis, that's bad news. So the human cost, the ecosystem cost, and money, everything bad if we are going to choose dialysis, or if your focus is purely getting people onto dialysis. What we need to do is to move those people from a hemodialysis to peritoneal dialysis. It's not that common actually in developing countries, and even in UK, majority, almost 80% or more, is hemodialysis. And for people who are fit, the best treatment is kidney transplantation. And for the kidney transplantation in a country like India and in UK, the best way to get kidney transplant is somebody that you know, a living person coming forward to donate a kidney. Of course, the deceased donation is there, but you have to wait. The waiting means you're not only affecting your health, you're affecting the health of the planet. So what's sort of painted not so good news, right? What research is showing. So what is good? What has research done? A little complicated slide, I'm afraid. I tried my best with AI to simplify this. So this graph, I want you to get your attention on 3 lines. The dotted lines, the gray line on the top, is natural decline in your kidney as you grow old. I mean, you've seen me 2 years ago, I've lost some hands. Same way, as you grow older, you will lose some kidney function. So that's a natural thing, that gray dotted line. If you have diabetes, then that's the red line. You can see as you grow older with diabetes, the kidney function rapidly goes down, almost 5% every year. Now, as a result of research over the last 10 years, we are able to shift that to blue line. It's not back normal, but it's not far from normal. We now have 4 different groups of drugs that can actually stop kidney from failing. I repeat, it can stop kidney from failing if we have diabetes, and if you are not on those medicines. It's really important that you have a conversation with your doctors, with the diabetologist, to get them on. The challenge we have is the research is one thing, the implementation of these drugs is in itself a challenge. There is a lot of implementation science going on, a lot of rationalizing. Do I do a knee replacement, or do I give this drugs that will prevent the kidneys? So there's constant conflict, constant push and pull of various different treatments happening in a public health service like NHS. That net result is only 5% of eligible people are on this full treatment. And what that means is that individual's kidney is going to go down and they will end up on dialysis. So this is the first time in my life as a kidney doctor, I am actually positive that we could do something about the kidneys, but it can't be done just in the kidney department, because a lot of this needs to happen in the GP practice, in anybody and everybody really to look after. The second thing, the timing of these drugs are really important. Very busy slides, but I don't want to go into detail. What this slide is showing on the top, the blue line is if you have this drug, compared to the orange line on the top that falls rapidly. If you get this drug when your kidney is working 50, 60%, you don't need dialysis almost for 20 odd years, 26 years. As compared to if you start the same medicine that is shown in research, when your kidney is at 30%, you can save about 6 years. So what's the key message? Kidney disease is silent disease. Research shows that if you get the drugs earlier, that means you have to go to the doctor and have your simple blood test, a simple resample, and get these drugs when you're feeling well, not when you start feeling unwell. Whatever your kidney functions are, I really hope you all know what your kidneys are doing. If you have diabetes, if you have high blood pressure, if you're obese, overweight, if you're a smoker, if you have family history, you should know how much your kidney is working. If you know your kidney function is less than your age, you need to get on these medicines. So my urge to anybody who's listening is please consider be part of research. It's a big issue. Kirit mentioned our communities not only have poor health, and we don't understand. We try and treat everybody same with the same medicine, same approach, whether you're white, whether you're black, whether you're ethnic minority. We know that we are different, so the drugs don't necessarily work to the same extent. If you're not part of the research, you're going to get a bad deal, a bad health and a bad deal with the medicine. I'll just put some statements there. Even if you feel the research, you're a guinea pig, so be it. It may not help you, but it will help your generation and your communities. And what we are doing research today is treatment for future. The slides I showed you, if people wouldn't have participated in this research, we wouldn't get this medicine to slow down the kidney failure. It's really, really important. Please don't fear. I've participated in 5 research studies myself. My wife, even my mother, when she visited from India, she participated in study in UK. And my children are part of this. It's really important that we contribute to the societies by simple blood tests, by simple participation research. That will help all of us. That's all I have. I'm very happy to take question and hope that was enough to provoke some questions.
You always sort of provoke thinking, and also you produce some latest studies and research that our communities rarely get the information on. So I think this is useful for sharing this wider within our communities. And again, we're promoting a lot of people getting involved in research, because that's where we have to drive that change. Shall we bring Rajni in as well? Dr. Rajni, who, Sunilbhai, you know Dr. Rajni, you're a colleague in the nephrology area. And
Yeah, we
the
are
whole
friends.
family.
We haven't seen each other for a long time, but yeah, nice to see you, Sunil.
Yeah, thank you, Rajni.
And is Dr. Rajesh, sorry, Dr. Rajesh, are you still with us?
No, he is not here, but carry
Okay.
on. Oh, Rajesh is here now, he's back.
Okay, great. So I think it'd be a good opportunity to kind of start looking at this, the research that's been posed, the presentations. But one of the questions that came up earlier, Sunilbhai, was, what's what the prevention element of it? How can one, how you've already raised it in terms of diabetes, salt intake, blood pressure. How do you reinforce that message into the community? Behavior change. How do we get that message?
Well, that's really hard. I'm not going to talk on behavioral change, but I think, whether you're religious, non-religious, whether you're scholar, not scholar, looking after your possession, the most valuable possession in your body. If you're not going to look after your body, I'm afraid you're not going to be able to look after your family or the planet. In terms of how do we shift that? I showed you how the map of India has changed before I was born and where we are now. I guess a lot of this is result of various behaviors, whether we are overeating, whether we do less exercise. I mean, I'm really sorry, I don't need to say that. Those are common sense, logical things that, get on your bike, eat healthy. And it's not, when you get those habits, it's going to help everybody in the family. I see that my daughter is 10-year-old. She's like dragging me in these days. So I think there is a good future, I feel. In terms of other prevention, I worry when I go to developing countries, particularly in India, is access to medication is so easy. You can just go and buy a lot of things. It's causing a lot of trouble already on things like antimicrobial resistance, but actually a lot of these drugs can cause kidney damage. A simple antibiotic. When I go to India, I used to have a shopping list of a lot of medicines when I used to come back. No longer. I don't get anything because I'm so paranoid that I don't want to take any medicine that is going to upset me. Even a Brufen, even a skin whitening cream, all of this has been associated with chronic kidney disease. And I don't want to hammer, the gut microbiome is important, Uncle Jay. We are, Rajni, you're very welcome to join us. We're going to start a study in Leeds, looking at advanced kidney disease, how, it's a two-way channel, as I said, Uncle Jay. If you have kidney disease, your gut is bad. If you have a gut, then other way around. So I guess some of the bacteria that maybe the reason it's so much of red color in Indian map, it may be the gut microbiome was changed in those communities, but we don't know until we do research. I think we do need to do a lot more epidemiological research, a lot more clinical trials until we know. Sorry, long answer, Craig, but I think we all have a responsibility.
Great. No, thank you. I think it's important, particularly even the diabetes medication that you mentioned. Again, I sit on our ICB diabetes group as a patient representative, and it's still concerning that the latest medication, is not being prescribed to our patients, particularly, and it's about educating, advocating on their needs. Neilbhai, sorry, Rajesh, come in, go for it.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Sunil. It's good to see you. And nice talk. So the one thing I would say, in addition to what Sunil said, was that it's also care delivery systems problems as well. Because in the last 4 decades, we are good at saying no. So which means you can't eat this, you can't eat that, you can't do this. So therefore, really, the patients often come with the perception that they just have to stop doing everything what they're supposed to enjoy. And the reason I say that is I work with Kidney Care UK, which is a patient organization in UK. And one of the things we did with them was what we call as a kidney kitchen, which is led by a patient actually called Deborah. And it's got now cuisines which patients can have, which means there's Caribbean cuisine, Indian cuisine. And I just saw, as you messaged Amrita, and so I'll connect with them. Now, the problem is that the quality of life as part of quantity of life, what we offer, there was a big mismatch, including transplant. Okay, so it's only in the last 2 decades we are really talking about it, and we even researched only in the last 15 years about the quality of life. So I think I wouldn't say that it is fully the family or the patient who are sort of not taking responsibility. It's the way the healthcare systems and professionals weren't up to date in offering advice, because we plan for a group, we don't plan for an individual. When we make a guidelines, it is not for an individual. So therefore, really, I think that's where I think that has to change as much as the other side as well, which is the patients and the family, for us to be able to have these kind of solutions like lifestyle modifications and everything. And I think that's one thing I thought we need to reflect on how we provide information which is more useful for the patients, which will engage them to read. So Kidney Care UK, Deborah tells me that the Kidney Kitchen is now read more than 200,000 people beyond UK. So therefore, there is something there for them to see. Can I cook this cuisine with the adjusted recipe? So I think there is something nuanced about the way we personalize these solutions, which will empower them to do more and resulting in more engagement.
Thank you, Rajesh. That was wonderful. If you could ask Deborah that if she's okay for 4 o'clock on the vegan vegetarian kitchen, that will be awesome. And we can give at least 30 minutes to her, because in the vegan kitchen and vegetarian kitchen, we form, it's not just demonstration of a recipe, but also diet is very important. So I've actually posted this to you on your messenger and the text. And if it's not convenient, then maybe 4:30. That will be beautiful. And you've hit the nail on the head with other comments that you've made. Sunil, come in with your comments, please.
And I just want to come back to Rajesh, one of the point. Absolutely, system is there. But I'll give you an example why I feel individual needs to do more. I'm not blaming individual or community. So NHS is a public health service. We have a free health check after age of 40. Every 5 years, free. That checks for cholesterol, obesity, diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease. Individuals gets a text message, and guess what? Out of 8 people, 1 will come. Second message, third message, ignore. It might be health literacy, digital literacy, whatever you want to think, but there has to be a honest. What the study shows, if you come for a health check, which is free, you get all of this diagnosed early. Your life expectancy gets better. I appreciate that the system is not perfect, but I'm afraid we live in a very imperfect world where patient communities, healthcare system, none of them is perfect. Sure. I asked the same question about NHS health check to NHS health workers, and they are not aware of it either. So I'm like, what's going on here? Our healthcare workers themselves are not aware. How do we expect public to know? Of course, if we get the messages, you got to go. Now, diabetes, individual diabetes, we give a urine pot. Yeah, how many of them get it done? Out of 2 patients, 1 will give a urine sample. Why? Because they need to go and pee in the bottle. Everything else, they'll be happy. Blood pressure, nurse is doing, blood test, nurse is doing. But one thing that we want them to do, they don't do. Only 50% of people with diabetes deposit urine. If you have a high blood pressure, and if you give a urine bottle, out of 10 people, only 1 person will give it the urine back. So please, take it serious. You might feel well. You might feel it's a waste of this sample, but it's done really important. All the medicine that I've told you, you can access only if you have a urine sample. So how are we going to improve that? A lot of people tell me that giving a V is a distaste. It's not a great thing to do, is to give a urine. Well, we're talking about kidney disease. How else you will know if you have a kidney problem? So we is really important message. So yeah, I totally agree. System has responsibility, but individuals have even more.
But I think also I touch agree with both of you that still we need to advocate and educate the patients in terms of what are their options, what can they do, because again, you're right, people we're doing a lot of work around health checks and making sure people go and get them, but again, you can only do that. But I'm going to just bring you in because you've been here all day today. Obviously, you're a kidney patient yourself. What are this? You're a vegetarian, so diet wise. But what are the challenges that you feel you it's challenging? Obviously, we talked about mental health earlier, so we don't want to go there. But what other things that other patients could be learning from your experience?
I actually agree with Sunil to a lot of extent that the NHS does provide a lot of information, but I think our community actually are probably a little apprehensive about giving their samples of anything, and there is a lack of awareness about what these samples can actually do for them to make their life better. I, for one, have realized since I was diagnosed that giving a sample it gave me 22 years before going on dialysis. And the only reason why I went on dialysis was because of my hernia. And because that hernia needed operating, there was like no other choice because the kidneys just would not have been able to cope with that big operation. And since then, since the transplant, which I've had only 6 months ago, um, I know. Thank you, Sunil. He's actually known me for a long time as well. So what I mean, for I think just at the beginning of COVID, we had as a family changed our diet drastically, and even though we're vegetarians, um, there was a lot of things that kidney disease does which is not always apparent to a lot of people, especially our community, that if you don't have enough protein, you have a lot of muscle wastage. And I know for a fact that I went through a lot of tests and I realized my muscles were just not there. And no, those signs are something that you realize and you start doing something about it. So I started doing my own research on what helps me to actually, improve my diet. I am so fortunate that I have sisters who will actually help me and say, okay, let's try and plan this for it. Again, we hardly ever go out to eat. We've made our main meal at lunchtime, so it has enough time to digest. So I used to, when I was working, I had to have that in the evening, but if I was still working, I decided I would take my main lunch at lunchtime because that gives it a better time to digest. So those little kind of changes has made a big thing, but that is only because I have gone through it, and I suppose I'm aware of it, I'm educated, but there is still a big Asian population, who are not aware of what these things are doing to them. And that's why I think, Kirit, we probably need to start off having a pilot project or something like that in Leicester, because we've got a major ethnic community, and do it on a regular basis where this awareness is creating independence, and a lot more sort of strength to the person before they make a decision. They want to look after their health. These are some of the tips for Leicester on how to stay well. And we are very fortunate that we come from a tradition where there is a lot of traditional things you can do, like yoga, meditation, and even like the massages, panchtantras, the alternative medicines like reflexology, which doesn't mean taking a sort of tablets and things inside you, but you're still able to. I mean, I was doing reflexology on myself, and that was probably another reason why I did prolong the whole thing. But these sort of things just actually help you. Sorry, my answer's been long, but it's a
That's
long
fine.
journey, which has been a positive journey.
No, we will follow up the ideas of looking at what we can do in Leicester. Now we've got about 4 minutes, so I just wanted to kind of give each of you the last kind of words of wisdom messaging that our communities could take over. So, Dr. Rajni, I'll let you start.
Before the message, I've got a question for Sunil, if that's okay.
Sure.
Sorry, my raised hands was not working. Thank you so much for sharing the data, Sunil. It was a fantastic presentation. I was really startled to see the red colors, like changing on the Indian map. What my understanding is, or what we say here, sitting here, saying it's the southeast or like South Asians genetics which are making you prone for diabetes. But what is changing there in India? Like, what is the role of genetics there? Like, or are the genetics changing because the way people, or maybe with their lifestyles? What do you think?
Yeah, no. So again, that's where we need to do research, but I feel it's more of epigenetics. So what that means is the environment or the food or the combination of things that alters how the genes behave rather than necessarily a genetic disorder. I think it's probably more of epigenetics with the changes that has happened since India opened its door to all the fast food and all sort of things. But also, you're right, unless we do research to look at the genes, we would not know. Now, I don't know when things will happen in India, but I am quite excited in UK. There is a larger study going on called Our Future Health. It's recruiting 5.5 million people from UK, and I'm one of the ambassador promoting people. Probably everybody in Leeds have nagged, go and get your bloods done. So you could just go in 10 minutes, go and give your blood, and they will chase your history 20, 30, 40 years. So in 30, 40 years down the line, I believe we will have genetic linkage, genome sequencing, linking if something happens to me or other people.
Great.
So yeah, I think that is something there on genetic side, but probably more epigenetic.
Thank you.
Sanabai, I'll let you give your last comment really before we close this session.
Well, my message really is anybody who's listening, you're now educated, empowered, and you are the champion. So please spread the message of getting your health checked when you're well, not when you start feeling unwell. Because there's lots of silent disease from diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease. They're all silent disease, and cholesterol, all silent disease. Without a simple blood check, we will not be able to help you.
Thank you. Dr. Rajni?
Self-care is important. Look after yourself first before looking after yourself, and give importance to yourself. Self-care is not selfishness.
Parthiban?
My message, I suppose, I am just really empowered by today's session. And I will definitely take it out there in the community to create a better awareness.
Amazing. Anukul, you've been here all day. Obviously, you've heard lots of presentations. So go on, what's your takeaway?
I loved every bit of it. I have one interesting comment and an example. About 4 years ago, I was never known to be diabetic. I never had a problem like that. 4 years ago, I went to my brother in India, who is a pathologist, and he checked me up. I always will get it done by him. And he said, "What's gone wrong with you? You've your sugar is all up the rocket." I said, "What's happened?" I never knew anything like that. I'm not one of the big readers, but as a typical surgeon, I used to leave in the morning home. I never used to eat anything. I used to do the surgery right till the end of 7 or 8 in the evening. And at the end, if I felt like eating at something, the only thing I remember I used to eat in between were biscuits that were lying all over the place, or sitting in the car and eating. And then I said, that's very crazy. And you'll be surprised, for the first time ever, possibly as an orthopedic surgeon, I sat down and studied metabolism for 3.5 months. And of course, we used to have a lot of our friends coming and discussing things. And none of my colleagues, who were all doctors and consultants, none of them agreed with each other anyway. So I said, hang on, what's going on here? And of all the things, I sat and read at the end of all the collection of data, Charaka Samhita and Shushruta Samhita. Everything is there. Everything is there. And all the research works that have been coming out, including getting Nobel Prizes, they're all written there, including the microbiomes and things like that. And it's amazing. It's only after then I did everything possible. My brother gave me a whole lot of tablets to eat. I took it only for 4 days. I said, it's not possible as an orthopedic surgeon to be having these tablets all my life. Forget it. And I got everything down in a matter of 3.5 months. Normal HbA1c in about 4 months, but all normal blood sugar in a matter of 2.5 months. My weight down, reduced, everything just because I followed some of the essential things over there. And this particular red thing that you showed over there in the map, I call it, it's a copyrighted item that I'm saying myself. It's called the frozen pizza syndrome. And it has got everything negative in it that makes people's life bad. And all the pizza that India makes and gives it through Swiggy or all things, they're all frozen pizza. If the people make pizza, proper Italian pizza in a proper shop, possibly it doesn't make so much of a difference. But the way the people having it in India, I believe much of these is coming from there.
Okay, thank you. Neil Bhai, you've obviously.
Thank you.
What of yours? What's your takeaway from today?
Thank you, Kirit. Thank you, Rajesh, Sunil, Bharti, Rajni, Anakul, and all the previous contributors. So we did a survey at Healing Our Earth since the last kidney episode, and we asked three main facets of the worst habits, the worst drinks, and the worst foods. We were very specific so that the consumer consumer who are listening to us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, website, they are not experts, they are not doctors, they are not students of health and something, but they are just standard Joe Block consumers who wants to know the things. So we did this research. So Sunil, this applies to you and Rajni. You are not both dietitians or environmental habitists or people like that, but you can confirm or add your worst one item. So we go with the worst habits. And this is what was the result. Smoking, very dangerous and not good for the vessels. Not drinking enough water. Well, that I think people should know it automatically because our body is made of water. Overusing painkillers, which was surprising because yes, painkillers are not good, particularly with beta blockers and other matters in it. High blood pressure. People were not aware that high blood pressure doesn't help the body, and they didn't know even what high blood pressure is, and not managing diabetes. These were the 5 worst habits. Sunil, you go first. Do you agree with the 5, and do you want to add any one or two of yours? Sunil, over to you.
No, that's very comprehensive. Actually, I agree with those top 5 things. That's great. Thanks, Neil.
Superb. Rajni?
Yeah, I agree. But I was mentioning it to one of my nurses the other day, and they said, "Oh, do you know the relationship between buckfast and kidney failure?" I said, "No," so I have to look into that. So I think they were saying, "Yeah, that's the worst drink ever," and probably there's more renal disease in Scotland because of that. So I thought, okay, well, I need to look into
Amazing.
that.
Now we go to the worst drinks, okay? Which is where, Rajni, what you were saying. Sugary sodas. People
Yep.
think soda are fun because obviously it's a sugar spike. Absolutely no good anyway. And frankly, nobody should be bringing any sodas at home. Simple. Energy drinks. So those who are going to the gym and everything thinks that energy drinks are good because I think they've got high caffeine and sugar content can also strain kidneys. Kidneys doesn't like washing your sugar and all those matters. Excessive coffee. Now, this literally means excessive coffee, not a cup or two, okay? On there. Alcohol, yes, everybody says while the wine drinkers promote that a glass of red wine is healthy for you. So it's very difficult one over here. Sports drinks. And they all say, the experts say that they've got a high sodium content. And people don't realize that. So those are the 5 worst drinks that were identified. Rajni, you go first. Do you agree with those? And any you want to add on?
Yeah, I would totally agree. I'm not sure about the quantity of alcohol. If a glass of wine, if we say, is good for heart, but I don't think it's bad for kidneys. So, as long as people know their pints, like how much are they drinking, so be aware of how much alcohol content is in each drink and how much you're drinking, because most people tend to underestimate the amount of drinks they are having.
And Sunil?
Yeah, see, the other thing I would say, what goes with alcohol is also a lot of sugar. If you have a pint of beer, that has a hell of a sugar. So, that's why you get a lot of pot belly. A lot of alcoholic or people who spend a lot of time in pub have a pot belly. So that can increase a lot of health issues, including kidney disease. So, but I agree, alcohol, one glass of wine is okay, but not if it has got a lot of sugar.
And talking about the drinks, and when alcohol came, we asked actually the alcohol consumers. So the Guinness drinkers come and say a Guinness every 3 days is good for your body. Okay, and a glass of red wine, which is a proof that the Spanish and the French people always consume 25 to 50 ml shot of red wine. Uh, my take on it is it's fine. If you are very rational with it, and a glass every 2 days, Guinness was actually touted as a good for your body, as a medicine. In Africa, they used to fool people and they really used to sell Guinness. So yes, that's about alcohol. And finally, the worst foods. These are important because human being drinks, eats, and have got bad habits, so it can help. And processed meats, particularly bacon and sausages, very high sodium and preservatives in the current food market, okay? So effectively also red meat, high sodium foods like canned soups, instant noodles. If in India, noodles, everybody wants to be on a noodle quick. Students, they just want to go on a noodles. Yes, good. It's good temporarily while you're eating it, but not good for your body, what's happening later. It also used to follow with high blood pressure. Red meat, again, excessive consumption is no good. Those who are vegan, vegetarian don't have to worry too much, but those who are meat eaters, so, and it was a direct link to kidney strain if you heavily ate that every day. Food high in oxalate, spinach, beetroot, can contribute to kidney stones. And this is what the experts said, wherein beetroot is supposed to be good. You should be eating it maybe every other week. A part of it, spinach. Come on, Popeye the Sailor Man. Spinach is a green. Every culture, they love it. But you're going to be careful how you eat and how you cook it. Food high in phosphorus, dairy, nuts, excessive intake can harm kidney. Your thoughts, Sunil and Rajni, on this kind of foods? This will be rather complex. I think you'll have to give a longer answer on that. Sunil, you go first.
Yeah, so I certainly focus quite a bit when I see individuals with kidney health issues in the clinic on the food. And apart from, you mentioned, cooking yourself is the most important thing, because you don't know when you buy pre-processed food from supermarket how it's cooked, how long it is, what salt. So I think cooking yourself is the best thing. I just want to add, you mentioned about oxalate. The other thing that's become a trend is a lot of soya. So that also has, quite a bit of oxalates. So you just need to be careful. And the third thing, I guess, the new trend is a lot of people want to have good muscles, you know, and they are having lots and lots of creatine supplements. Now, I try and say my patient, Rajni, please do share your own thoughts on this. But I say, try and have vegan or vegetarian source of, the creatine. But again, if you can avoid, that's good. But if you do, and not to have the animal source of creatine, because it can mess up with the test, but also longer term consumption can contribute to chronic kidney disease.
Rajni?
Yeah, I agree with you, Sunil. For spinach and beetroot, if you've got normal functioning kidneys, then I don't think restricting those food will be helpful in preventing kidney failure. I mean, diet is more important when somebody is known to have kidney disease, and then certain type of food that has to be avoided. But if you're normal, I don't think restricting any of these foods will be beneficial for you. I think rather they'll be harmful for you if you're not having enough of those.
Amazing. So this was the worst habits, food and drinks. In kitchen episode, we'll concentrate on good foods and better foods and things. My favorite is kidney beans. You can have kidney beans every other day. If you had 300 grams of kidney beans, properly cooked, of course, because kidney beans needs to be cooked correctly. Avocado is very good. Celery is very good. A big carrot a day with an apple is good as well, and bit of protein-based yogurt. So we'll talk about good habits and everything. Anakol, you eat and drink as well, but because while you were a surgeon, you forgot everything. I hope you got your some on tips on this as well.
I've one comment to make. I've got one comment to make. When it comes to our seeing the patients and talking to them and advising them or educating them, I found them to be very consistently unhelpful in the long run. They can they can hear you in the clinic, they take it on and they understand it, but by the time they go and after a few days, it's all gone. And I know that we are very much conscious of the evidence-based medicine or value-based medicine or narrative-based medicine. The ultimate way of I found was it has to be a motivational-based medicine. You have to be able to make person change internally and hardwire it, which happened to me. After read all that for 2-3 months, I said, hang on, this is not going to do. What something funny happened to me was I asked myself, do I really need to eat it? I started asking. So, in other words, in the Vedantic system, you finally ask, am I eating for my senses or am I eating for my body? And that is a major transformation that took place when of course, I've been studying Vedanta before, but never practiced in that sense. But once I read it all, I got hardwired to such an extent that when I see any food, I don't like it. I don't say it. I don't want to have a sight of this. That was a major change in me when it came to the way I transformed myself. And I think that holds true for all motivational type of treatment. And I ask the patients that way. I'm not going to tell you, and you're not going to get better in 2 days. You have to tell me whether you want to get better or not. You're going to decide.
Absolutely, Anakol. It's mind over matter. Once you look at a drink and you say you are going to consume poison, or a food and you know you are consuming a poison, because you would never consume anything from a bottle which has got poison written on it. So that is a quantifiable, but because what you can't see elsewhere, and eat the food as medicine, then you will be very happy, your body will be stable. So Kirit, how do you keep stable, and is there anything you practice, or you just plodding along and enjoy whatever you like?
Everything is good in moderation, as they say. But no, I think it's having, you have to practice what you preach. So I've looked at my weight, I've lost weight. Also, in terms of timings of food, it's changed as well. So I think from eating very late to kind of changing the and I think the most important for me is looking at, cooking, starting to cook more rather than the takeaways. I think that's really been, because when you're a single man living on your own, it's easier to get your takeaways. But now it's changing that way of thinking. But I think this session today has been really valuable, and also the information going out there to the people viewing today is really about looking after your kidney and your health is been the key messages, and I think we've got to keep that message going, really.
Yes.
Brilliant. We had very exciting speakers. We had very good comments from everybody. So it's so wonderful. Well, it's time to close now. My one tip to everybody is when you think you are hungry, you might be thirsty. So have a glass of water. In case if you do consume your normal household glass is 250 ml, then don't eat immediately after. Wait for 20-30 minutes and you will find that sometimes you are just thirsty instead of hungry. Anukul, Gayatri mantra from you and we close today. Thank you.
Yeah. Om Bhurvatsvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi धिययूनः प्रचोदयात्. ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं